And we're live with a shot of Stefan's chest. Oh yeah, that's starting off strong. Thank you everybody for joining us. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but everything.
Technical. Let's be honest. This is a meat suit difficulty. The technology's fine. I'm just not figuring it out.
All right.
This is a user error thing. I'm trying to maximize because it's yeah. We'll figure it out.
Dude, you look good. Okay. Oh, beautiful. Oh, you're going back to the.
I thought that would fix it.
Dank. Like the.
Rick and I were chatting beforehand, and he was like, "Just so you know, you're only going to be able to use one camera because of the way my streaming setup works." And I was like, "One camera, you say?"
One camera.
Should I have multiple?
I mean, some of us do. All right, let's see.
That looks mostly good.
Looks like it does actually look like you are about to ponder your orb, sir. It's very ominous lighting setup. I love it.
Very smart and good with technology.
All right. Well, I'm gonna switch over to the hobby view.
Love it.
So at least folks can see what I'm trying to work on. So I've got my last Dreadknight, which I know, groan, boo. But this will be my 5th Dreadknight for LVO. I've completely hacked up the knees. Why? Oh yeah. I'm basically building one. Yeah, it's true. I'm basically building one to make it pretty and then put it on a shelf forever.
The Grandmaster you did recently looked really good. I was really impressed with that.
Thanks, man. Yeah, every time I do a new model, like, I get slightly better, and then I want to, like, repaint everything.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Always improving.
Right. So, Ken says that they're glad that you're feeling better, Stefan. So
I am. I'm feeling a lot better.
I think we all are.
I went to the gym today, which maybe I shouldn't have done, but I still tested positive today. But from what I understand, that kind of like that happens for a few days after you like get through it. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. No idea. My wife's a respiratory therapist, and she's been dealing with the COVID for the last 2 years. So,
she has a lot of answers to a lot of things. Honestly,
she gave me a list of like things to tell you, like what to eat and drink, and like this and that, and how to sleep. And I was like,
very interested.
It was very oh, you were interested? I felt like you would think like I'm micromanaging you. I was like,
dude, I love all of that kind of stuff.
Oh. So
I'm the kind of person who like monitors his sleep and like tracks every calorie he eats. So I love all of that sort of like body optimization stuff.
So if you have COVID, you get what's called popcorn lung or crackle lung. So if you listen to somebody breathe, it kind of sounds like you're crinkling like tinfoil. You're probably not that bad. Like, you're up and around, you went to the gym, you're not having difficulty breathing. Like, you probably didn't have this. But you can get this.
Vaccines.
Yeah, but you can get this. And one of the ways you can help with your breathing is if you don't sleep on your back, because of the way the air moves around in your lungs, if you can lay on your stomach or your side, you actually use the lung cells on the backs of your lungs. If you're sleeping on your stomach, it's a thing called proning, actually.
Weird.
Yeah. So, and it helps you to use lung cells that are less tired or worn out from fighting off this horrible virus. But we should probably get back to Warhammer and not the horrible realities of the real world. Let's go to the horrible realities of Warhammer instead.
Oh, hey, Ocho is in the chat. My friend Ocho is in the chat. He'll be happy to see that I am painting up a tank commander right now.
Nice. Is that the Demolisher cannon?
Hell yeah. My wife has taken to calling it the Chode cannon because it's tiny and weird.
The Chode cannon, nice.
Yep.
Jose is complimenting me on the pose, and I'm trying to do like a shield fighting pose because I've got this sweet 3D printed shield.
Oh yeah.
In this arm, so I want to have it up like he's guarding himself. I'm trying to get this to actually show well on the stream, but and then I've got this gun will be on the shoulder. Yep, gotta tilt the camera, sorry. And then I'll just turn it off, that's fine too. There we go. So this will be on the shoulder. Everything's on by like this tack right now, so nothing's actually holding on like it's supposed to, but
oh, you have the whole thing sort of blue tacked at the moment?
Yeah, so the left leg is now actually placed properly, but everything else is kind of just blue tacked or white tacked because that's what I have. But so this gun will go here, and the idea is that his left side has a shield, so his right side has to have all his guns.
Super cool.
So I don't know. I just like playing with this like
the default pose of the Dreadknight is so boring, and honestly, like I think that the default pose is what gives it that goofy look. It's just sort of a neutral, almost like T pose, which is not great. It's I think when people start like snipping the knee joints and everything and making them more dynamic, I think that takes away a lot of the goofy baby carrier look of it.
Yeah,
it's just it's less, I don't know, it's less the model itself and more like the pose that the model's in that really makes it goofy.
So I mean, he's falling down now, but that's what I did. So
nice, very cool.
So CJ from the Grey Knight Discord actually like posted up a little guide on like how to modify the knees, and so you have to slice up. Oh, I'll actually point with a smaller implement than my massive finger, but if you slice up the knee joint right here, and obviously if you remember the legs of a Dreadknight are like a sandwich, and there's the two doodads in the middle, like there's this back piston, and there's the like front knee joint area here. So you have to slice all of that up as well. You need to remove the cabling that goes from like here to here, and then you have to glue and pose all that with a heat gun and stuff. But it
takes a little bit of doing, but I've done that with a couple of mine. It looks really good in the end.
It does, yeah. I've already done a more dynamic pose with one of my Dreadknights where he's standing on like a pile of skulls, and that's pretty nice. Cool. Yeah, but the default pose looks like this.
Yeah. So you've got to build this guy and then paint him up over the next week.
Well, I mean, I leave on Thursday, so I've got less than a week.
Yeah. Oh. What's the paintbrush?
A Leviathan Dreadknight would be. Oh man, yeah, that's a great question. So the Leviathan Dread is probably the coolest single dreadnought model. It's the big boxy one with the huge, like, you know, armored, armored shoulders and the.
I'm questioning if it's the coolest dreadnought. There's some pretty cool dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I think that one is amazing. The Contemptors I actually don't like that much.
No, really, I like Contemptors. I think they look cool.
But the Grey Knight specific one and the Deathwatch specific one are very cool too. I'm like, but now if you want to go buy a Grey Knight one, you can find them on eBay for like 120 or 140 bucks. They're in because they don't make them.
No, have you seen my Castraferum Dread that I did with the Inquisition eye in the center, like on the sarcophagus?
I don't think so.
Oh, let me see if I can find that one.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my favorite Dreadnought chassis. The Castraferum Dread, just because it's classic, I really like it. But I also feel like they have a lot of variation with them. I don't like the Redemptor chassis for the most part.
I like it. I just think it's enormous. Like it's a 90
Yeah,
millimeter base, and it's just so much bigger than the normal dreadnought.
It's so bulky.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous.
I can't find a picture of it.
But so the question was, what do you think about the idea of like a dreadnought, a Leviathan dreadknight conversion? And since I have a resin 3D printer, that sounds amazing. If I didn't have a resin 3D printer and I had to buy a Forge World Leviathan to do that, that does not sound
very expensive.
Does not sound all that fun.
I think that oh, did I get my paint? I did. We're doing
did you?
Real quickly, what I'm doing, I'm painting up this tank commander. Yay! And I have my Vanquisher as sort of like to show what to do with this guy, because I want to make the whole army match. I'm trying to, with this Tallarn force, I'm trying to like really make a lot of, like, I experimented a lot with my Grey Knights, like figuring out my paint schemes and things that I want to do. I'm trying to make the Tallarn force everything match in it.
Actually, like military match. Yeah.
I think this is going to be my big project this year. But the Leviathan Dreadknight, genuinely, I think the Leviathan chassis is a little too big to work really well for a Dreadknight conversion. I think that on the legs, on the Dreadknight's long legs, it looked really silly with sort of the squat box Leviathan chassis on top of that. It might look great. I'd be happy to see someone do it. I just think it would be tricky to make it not look kind of silly.
Yeah, if I'm completely honest, and I'm not like trying to put anybody down or anything, the Dreadknight conversions where they slap like the normal Dreadnought body on top, I'm not a huge fan of those.
Oh no, they're not great.
Like the Redemptor ones are all right. I don't know. I like
Redemptor ones are great.
Honest, yeah, right. Grandmaster Samandas.
They all right.
I gotta be honest though, because the like when I started playing 40k and I was trying to pick an army, the Dread Knight is like one of the reasons I picked Grey Knights, because it's a dude, it's a super powered, psychic crazy pants warrior that they then stick in a huge tactical dreadnought armor, and then they're like, we have to go deeper, we need more. And then so that dude in that suit climbs into a bigger suit, and I think that's awesome.
It is really cool, and the lore surrounding Dreadknights is really rad. They're made to that's how you fight a greater demon. A normal Grey Knight can face off against normal demons and like demonic heralds, but if you come across a bloodthirster, what are you gonna do? You need to hop into an even bigger Terminator suit.
Hell yeah. So I love them. I know folks call them baby carriers. Like my friends that don't know anything about Warhammer, I'll like send them a photo and they're like, cool baby Bjorn, buddy. Like, yeah, you're not the first one to notice.
Everybody thinks that. I always liken it to Ellen Ripley in Aliens and the Power Loader.
Hell yeah.
I feel like that's a lot more the vibe.
So Titans Activist says that they run Dark Angels and they'd love to have a Dark Angels Legion specific Leviathan and Contemptor. Yeah, I mean, go nuts, paint all that stuff. Like, that's one of the reasons I love my Death Watch army. I don't think there is. I know there's a Blood Angel specific.
Yeah, no, Forge World does some like a Blood Angel specific one, and they do a World Eaters and Word Bearers. Is there not a Dark Angel specific one?
I don't think so, but I mean, they would know.
You think the First Legion, they'd be all over that kind of thing.
And Jose says they're working on some consecrators right now.
Consecrators. What are consecrators?
I was just gonna ask that same question. I was actually going to not say anything and hope that you knew and just started talking all about it, but here we are.
Smart. No, I am very ready to admit when I don't know something, because that is the only way we learn.
Oh, well, now you make me sound like a jerk.
I need to look up if there's a Dark Angels Contemptor. I don't think there is. Wow, that sucks. I would have just assumed they'd made it.
I was gonna say, like, one of the reasons I love playing Deathwatch is you get to play with all of that stuff. Like, if you want to make some ancient relic Contemptor dreadnought that's been, like, you know, they took the long vigil and they're still there, but you want to, like, paint them up in Dark Angels colors or add, like, salamanders bits, like hide on their like shoulders and really stuff. Cool for that. Like, you can do anything you want, because you can always say that they're from whatever that chapter is, which I absolutely adore.
Wait.
Oh,
I just found it.
So consecrators are a Dark Angels successor. That's what they are.
Okay.
So you already found it?
Yep, it looks like I found it.
Okay.
I thought there was one. It was very that would be bizarre if they didn't make one for the First Legion.
I don't know. That is really, it's an iffy connection, but I don't know what else to do.
What's going on?
Oh, this shoulder connection right here. It's just it's,
oh yeah.
It's a little hard to get light in there, but yeah, I think it'll be okay. I can always pin it if it gets really bad.
Ugh. I hate having to resort to pinning things.
I mean, I'm already so deep, man. I'm too deep.
Yep.
Like, I can't stop now. It's too late.
Is it just the angle of it that you're having trouble with, or?
No, it's the 3 prongs from the so the armature that is usually on a Dreadknight, right? That like connects the torso to the arms.
Yeah.
I cut that off and I use that as the mounting point for the gun on the shoulder, but I'm wondering.
I see.
It's just those 3 prongs that are holding it on, and I'm not 100% sure that here, I've got a bunch more here. Let me turn up my extra light here.
Maybe get some plastic glue in there, and that'll do the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I just did, but
you'll figure. Yeah,
I'm gonna have to just wait and see, I guess. All right, I'll put this aside so I don't keep messing with it.
Somehow I have ants on my paint desk, and I don't know where they're coming from.
Is anybody else going to make an Archer reference, or do I need to? Because that's how you get ants.
Yep. Is that how you want? Do you want ants? Because
that's how you get ants.
I don't know. I've just been finding them all over my desk all day. And admittedly, I haven't been at my desk a lot recently, so maybe they've just had time to sit down and make camp.
I glue in this hip. I think I did. No, it's just white tacked. Oh yeah, got it. Bam.
So Rick, do you airbrush most of the base colors?
Yeah, I was very lucky. I had a compressor laying around, and a buddy of mine gave me his old cheapy airbrush pretty early into my career, if you will, for Warhammer. And once you base coat with an airbrush, man, and you prime with an airbrush, like you don't go back. It's so hard to go back.
Yeah, I used to for my Exorcist force, the entire force, I base coated that with the airbrush, and it looks great. It's super smooth. And I've said this before, I don't know, airbrushing is just a whole process that, for me, painting is something that I like to be able to pick up and put down at any time. And airbrushing requires such a production around it, which is it's worth it. It looks really good. It's just such a time sink.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong there. You definitely like I made these banners for if I you know, at LVO, part of my list is raise the banners for most of.
Really, you're gonna do raise the banners high?
Yeah, I have 3 squads of servitors, baby. That's all they do.
Nice.
Raise the banners and then body block for my tech marines and then die.
What are you using as servitors models?
Actually, so I have these approved. Oh, they're in the garage, but I 3D printed. I had a squad of 4 of that came with the fine cast tech marine, which are hideous. I hate those things. Like, they just look like trash cans.
They're not good models.
Yeah, so I found some really nice 3D printed ones, and that's what I did. Is I just printed 2 squads of 4. I painted this up quick, but that's what I'm using. LVO did remind me that I am not allowed to play on a stream table unless I have all real Games Workshop models, and I'm like, that's not a problem. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not making it to a stream table. Yeah, it's like if I go 2 and 4, I will be very happy. If I go 3 and 3, I will be ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. It's gonna be a good time.
I do all these, you know, interviews with pretty good players, you know, like GT winners and stuff, or like major winners and blah blah blah. Anyway, I'm like waiting for me to go like for like round 1. It's one of those guys.
That'd be hilarious.
It's like, oh hey Matt Green, what's up? And I'm dead.
It'd be really cool. It'd be really cool if you could. I don't know. Do you think you osmosis any of the tactical acumen out of those interviews?
Yeah, I actually like 100%. Just all the little tips and tricks, right? Like, these are guys with decades of experience, you know, and they all just know all these little, like, I was talking to Steven Trainer, and he, Stuart Trainer, and he runs an almost entirely power armor list out in the UK or Australia. Wow, I am just dropping the ball here. That was one of the best interviews I've ever done. The guy was like super well spoken, and you know when you're communicating with people virtually and like sometimes you can't help but run them over just because of the way like lag works and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I do that all the time.
So there was none of that. Like, it's a really good like interview, and like one of the tips he told me that blew my mind was he likes to take interceptors and a squad of servitors, move them up onto one objective that's like in the middle, you know, for like stranglehold, right? Then he'll cast Purifying Ritual with the interceptors and then gate them out of there and just leave the servitors to hold it and gain him his 3 points for stranglehold. And I'm That's like, awesome. Man, you've thought all this through, right? Like, I would never have thought about doing that.
That's fantastic. I love that.
But yeah, it's just like all those little things. I think like I really do actually pick up. So
that's good. That's good. It'll be interesting to see how that translates.
Yeah. Well, didn't help me much at the RT. I mean, nothing beats actual reps, right? Like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play games without holding a camera.
You should make every single game a recorded game, and make them hold it too.
Not gonna lie, I did toy with that idea, but I think that would burn me out even faster.
I guess
I remember
it is.
day 2 last time we were down there, and how hungover we all were, and I can't imagine trying to make a production out of it as well.
Yeah. It'd be funny to like actually stream it too.
Yeah, God.
Trying to answer questions. Anyway, so what I was saying with these banners is what I do is I like end up waiting until I have a bunch of stuff to actually airbrush, and then I just do it all. You know, I spend like an hour and a half in my garage. I throw on some music, and I just do, you know, like I just do an assembly line.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't want to be out there every day airbrushing. Like that's not my style. But I will definitely utilize the tool that I need.
And don't get me wrong, I totally get that, and I think it's exceptionally efficient, and I think it leads to some really good looking models. Just for me, painting is such a painting minis is such a leisure activity that the like assembly line, like high production sort of thing, it's good. And if I want to get like a bunch of Marines primed or something, like that's an excellent way to do it. But it definitely, I can feel when it saps some of the like Zen vibe from it. For me at least.
So, do you know Titan's advocate in the chat?
Yeah, he's one of our Waystone guys, which is really cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so they're saying that they're stoked to just not play against Iron Warriors all the time.
I like playing someone that doesn't run Iron Warriors. I think that's what I'm looking for most in tournaments. Cool.
Yeah, like
that's the thing I'm excited most about with Waystone is just getting like a big community of disparate armies, and people mixing and matching and playing forces that they haven't been before. I was thinking about it the other day when people were chatting about Custodes in our little Discord. I realized I've never actually played against Custodes, not once.
I've only played against him once with my Deathwatch, and somehow I won, even though it was a much more experienced player. But
yeah, in all of my games that I've played, in all the different armies I've played against, somehow I've just never matched up against Custodes. We don't really have in my local group, we don't really have a Custodes player, so it'll be nice to set up some games with folks.
Yeah.
Where I can play armies that I never get to play.
I've been meaning to ask you, and I don't want to like throw you on the spot, but you know, I probably won't be driving up there every month to play.
Yeah, fair.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do with my monthly subscription, but oh, by the way, I doubt anybody in the chat isn't aware, but Stefan is opening a wargaming speakeasy.
Yeah.
Or speakeasy. Sorry, speakeasy? Speakeasy.
Speakeasy.
Yeah, okay. A speakeasy is a tool I can use for my stutter, but anyway, that's beside. Anyway, he has an active Kickstarter right now that is what, 1100% funded, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't fund him.
It's nuts. Every time I look at it, Dustin and I hate to turn this into like a me focused thing, but like Dustin and I vastly underestimated the level of like interest and support there was in our little Seattle community. We set our goal really low because we figured we'd be lucky to hit that. Part of me believed, despite all of the work we've been putting into it, that I kept feeding people.
We lost your mic for a moment there. So you were saying that you were surprised by the amount of support from the Seattle people specifically.
Yeah, which I don't know why I was surprised, because I'd always tell people, like, my line that I kept feeding people was, "There's a niche that's begging to be filled. Like, this is like a thing that people want." And I think part of me thought I was just lying about that.
As we lying to yourself?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just kept, like, part of me was like, well, that's not true, but it'll take a while for people to figure out that you've just wasted this much money. And so actually seeing, like, this many people support it and this many people get excited for it, like, that's the best thing. It's not even like the like, obviously the pledges are really important and we're really excited for the things that we can do to make the place better, but seeing how excited people are and seeing people, like, talking about it and, like, already starting to, like, schedule games and, like, get excited to play each other and stuff, like, that's rad. That's what I'm so excited about.
Yeah, man. Like, it's like, I gotta I've only hung out with you a couple times, and this is only like the second time you've been on my show, but like, you seem like a real altruistic guy, and so to have you
that.
like you guys opening a speakeasy, whatever it is, a cheesy is like I mean, it is the least surprising thing I guess I could possibly hear, because you just seem like that kind of dude, right? Like, you had that one video where you just played Warhammer in your yard on one of the very few non-rainy, kind of like a sunny Pacific Northwest days.
Day. We capitalized on that hard.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, like, I can see that. Of course he would try to be all about that, right? Like, let's foster this community.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it didn't really surprise me when you're like, by the way, throwing in all my chips on this this office space in Seattle. So
yeah, man, you got to come up and visit. It's gonna be really cool. The space is looking so nice, and I'm so excited to get people in there.
It looks very classy. From what I've seen on the gram, it looks very classy. It's almost like you guys know what you're doing.
I don't know. We're trying. We got a guy the other day.
We got a guy.
We got a guy the other day who said, like, he commented on our Kickstarter and was just like, do you guys have any idea what you're doing, et cetera, et cetera? Does anybody have any sort of restaurant knowledge or bartending knowledge, et cetera, et cetera? And he started asking us all these really, like, piercing, inquisitorial questions. And
maybe he's got like a $50,000 check, dude. You don't know.
Maybe. But like we looked at his, like, because you can see the amounts that people pledge, and we looked and saw that he had pledged $1 so that he could make a comment.
Oh, very cool.
And we asked him about that, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I just wanted to make I pledged the minimum so that I could comment on here. I just want to sit back and watch this whole shit show." And it was like, "All right, cool, I guess, buddy."
Well, remember, the guy is the vocal minority. I wouldn't focus on that too much, but the guy sounds like a dick.
Yeah, it was just a bizarre small situation.
I am not associated with Waystone in any way, so I can just call the guy straight up dick. Like,
appreciate it.
No problem. Like, I don't have to I don't have to throw on my business owner's hat. It's fine.
Nope. God, what a weird thing. Paintbrush.
What's up? Uh-oh.
Well, let's there's one thing I've been wanting to talk about, the meat and potatoes from today.
Oh, yeah.
All the chapter approved, like, spoilers and stuff that are coming out next week.
Waka waka. Yeah, where do you want to start? You want to start with the points increases, or?
Points increases, I feel like, were super minimal. Like, we it was very, very easy on us.
I have to agree.
Congrats, Stefan. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. No one knows 40K down here. Well, you got to make a road trip up to us. We'll buy a day for you, and you can hang out and have some drinks and play a couple games.
There you go. See? Sounds pretty dope. I mean, I don't even live that far from Stefan, but it's like, it was in the middle of COVID when I even learned he existed. And you know, yeah.
Sometimes that drive down to, I don't know, there's that drive between Portland and Olympia, like, that stretch of road there just feels like it takes eons. I don't know why.
I don't either, because I don't know, I just throw on podcasts or whatever and I go 15 over the whole way.
There you go.
I drive a Subaru Forester.
Nice.
So like I effectively have like police camouflage here. Nobody, like, I used to drive a pimped out 2006 STI, and the thing had like 440 horsepower. It sounded loud as hell. It was bright blue, huge spoiler on the back, and I couldn't go 2 miles under and not be pulled over.
No.
I can actually be much more reckless in my base model Forester than I could have ever been in my like super powerful car. because I'm like every other Forester in the Northwest now, man. No one cares.
Titans Advocate, I appreciate it. I've been a bartender for 12 or 13 years now, so I'm translating a lot of my knowledge from that into the Speakeasy.
Nice.
But I will hit you up if I need any information there.
I am not a bartender. I just like to make crazy mixed drinks in my spare time.
There you go.
Like this Mezcal Negroni. I mean,
Ooh.
this cranberry juice, if YouTube asks. This is definitely cranberry juice.
I've always been confused. I've been uncertain about that. Sometimes some people say that I shouldn't drink beer in my videos, and other people say it doesn't matter. I think it all depends on the filters you click, but it's very strange.
Yeah,
Some
I know.
people insist that it is blasphemy. You shall never drink on camera.
So I watch some of those like well-known cooking shows on YouTube, like the Mythical Kitchen. That show is hilarious. And they do this shtick where they like drink their cooking wine, and they did it for a couple episodes, and then those episodes were demonetized.
That's bizarre.
Which for them matters a lot because they have, you know, almost 1 million subscribers.
Yeah.
For you or I mean, not that I can even monetize yet, but like if I was monetized and I lost 25 cents a month, like it's, you know, who cares?
It's like there's a couple of like, so they do what's the word I'm looking for? It's like not like a questionnaire, but like to monetize your video, each video you have to click like the level of like profanity and like drug use and things in there.
Oh, you do? Oh, I see.
Yeah, and so for certain people, I think they, like, I imagine for those cooking videos, they click like super family friendly, and then someone or like a bot like notices like wine and then flags it as not family friendly.
Well, so their whole thing now is that they quote unquote drop it on the floor and then drink it off camera.
That's awesome.
So it's like, screw you, YouTube, we're gonna do this anyway.
So I'm wondering how much, I don't know enough about the numbers to like make it to actually like speak on with authority on it, but I wonder how much of a financial hit I see, and I don't make like a lot of money through YouTube, but I wonder how much of a financial hit I see by, I mark every video that I have as saying I can say fuck a couple times in a single video.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to hit that a lot.
Yeah.
I love a good F-bomb.
So, because for a while I was just like, oh, I can't swear on here, but I was like, but the whole point of my videos is that I want them to seem like friendly, like chums in the basement, like hanging out, and people say fuck sometimes, so I'm just gonna click that that's there, and it's not okay for children. That's fine. People like that kind of thing.
None of my videos I've ever said are okay for children.
Yeah.
None of them. Callum says it's his 2 favorite Grey Knight YouTubers. Thanks, man.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. We're a small breed.
Also, I do want to point out that we also have some of the best hair of any Warhammer. Well, that's true.
It's there though, trust me. Blinded.
Oh no, did I lose a toe?
Did you lose it? Oh, on your model.
Yeah, not. Yeah, did I have diabetes. I just lost a toe. I don't know what happened.
I thought you were just like, oh shit, suddenly out of nowhere, what happened?
That's weird. Has anybody seen my toe? I might have. Nope, there it is. Okay, phew. I was a little worried there.
So cycling back, I want to talk about the points changes.
Oh yeah. We're gonna keep getting off topic,
yeah.
I think.
I think they're honestly. I expected Dreadknights to go up more than 10 points.
I thought they were gonna change the weapon values. Honestly, like the base chassis, I thought was fine. I thought they'd be like, all right, side cannon and silencer are each gonna go up 10 points or something, or 5 each or whatever.
It looks like most of the times they were just increasing the cost of the models rather than the weapons, kind of across the board. So I think they're trying to simplify it with that.
I mean,
but honestly, I expected the Dreadknights to go up by like 20 points. So I think we got off really light with that.
Yeah. See, the problem is, and if you've watched my "What's the Problem with Grey Knights" video, the problem is we have 8 unique data sheets if you include the Grandmaster Dreadknight as its own. And then 4 of those have the Honored Knight keyword.
Yeah.
So we only have really 4 data sheets we can play around with a whole lot. And I think that if Dreadknight's got a 20-point nerf, I don't know, man. Like, unless they brought Terminators down a ton, and obviously I'm speaking competitively, right? Like, yeah. I was actually thinking about this earlier. It's like you and I are kind of like, did you ever watch listen to Loveline as a kid? I know you're a little, you're a little,
yeah.
So there was Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla, right?
Yes,
and if you only had Dr. Drew on there, it'd be super boring. If you only had Adam Carolla on there, nobody's question would actually be answered, right?
It's true.
So the 2 of them combined made a great pair. And I was thinking about that as you and I, it's like, I'm competitive minded and you're very, like narratively minded. And I thought that was actually, I was like, we actually kind of make a great team in that way where,
both ends of the Grey Knight's sword.
That is a throwback for sure. Yeah. I've got some funny stories about asking my folks questions about things that I heard on that show that I didn't know what they were yet. So
goddamn.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm speaking competitively. I kind of said that as a way to like remind everybody that when I'm responding, I'm usually thinking like,
you're thinking of like a tournament scene.
Yeah, derp, try hard. Like, that's just the way my brain functions. So, anyway,
and I know that people are not. I know that people think that Terminators need to go down a lot more than 2 points. I agree. To make them competitive, they should have gone down more. I'm still going to run them. What I saw, they were dropped from 42 to 40 points. And my brain immediately said, oh, that makes a unit of 5 200 points. And I was just like, oh, that's going to be so easy to mentally list build. Like, 200 points per squad. That's easy. I can slot that in anywhere in my mind. I don't have to think about it a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was another Aquila somewhere in here. There isn't.
I was reading some comments on Facebook, and I laughed pretty hard where it's like, great, if you take a whole list of nothing but Terminators, you can now fit a whole other Terminator in there.
Oh god, I
thought that was hilarious.
I figure what it means is that my squads that were 210 before, now instead I can run them the same, but a guy can have a hammer. The Justicar can have a hammer, so that's cool.
I was about to ask if you were going to do that, but then I remembered the last bat rep I watched where none of your hammer guys like did anything, basically.
Oh god,
against
that's the thing.
The like, Genestealer cult.
Oh my god. The hammer squad, they either surprise everyone and ruin like a knight, or nothing happens and it's just 260 points that just sits in the 250 points now that just sits in the corner and does nothing. Ugh. God.
So Danny is saying that they're still a baby Warhammer hobbyist and they're still building their first army, which is the Golden Boys, which actually means Danny is about 15 minutes late to our stream because we were just asking a bunch of Custodes questions and then we realized none of us are Custodes players. So
I bought the an 8th edition when the when the Custodes Codex, the Codex came out,
Codex.
I almost no, not even almost. I remember seeing the previews. This was years ago. I remember seeing the previews on Warhammer Community for the Custodes rules, and I got so upset that they were tougher, stronger, and better at fighting than Grey Knights. And like I like envy bought a couple boxes of Custodes and the Codex, and then I took them home and was like, I don't want to build this army. Why did I buy these? And they returned all of them.
Did you mention that to me when we were hanging out, or did you mention that in a video? Because that sounds oddly familiar.
Oh, probably one of, maybe both.
Maybe both, yeah.
Say a lot of things over again to different people.
I'm
a relic of being a bartender.
I'm glad. Yeah, you just talk.
Yep, you just have conversations with people.
I'm gonna ruin your day. I'm glad that you're actually sitting down. So I found a leak of the entire Tau Codex in like screenshots.
What? Really?
And so I ran right to their leadership characteristic.
I know.
Are you ready?
I've heard it.
Okay.
I'm so sad.
All of their commanders are leadership 10. All of them.
Yep.
Their base troops, fire warriors, are leadership 9.
I know. Yes. That's fine. It's whatever. Just
bye, Jose. Thanks for swinging by, man.
We spend hundreds of years hunting demons and facing all of the horrors that the universe has to offer, and then have leadership fucking 7 on our base troops.
Yeah, man. It's
understand.
Pretty weird oversight, if you ask me.
It's bizarre.
If I ever come up there and play you on stream, I can bring my Deathwatch. I'll bring a bunch of Deathwatch Terminators, and I'll just remind you constantly that they have one higher leadership than yours. The whole time.
Oversight is a good word, because there's no way that was like a conscious decision. It 100% feels like they just transplanted it from the Space Marines Codex and didn't even think about it.
Nah, I think a lot of it is that like these books aren't written by the same 3 guys or whatever. Right? It's not like the same team. I think they farm them out to individual. Yeah. I think they farm it out to like individual people, right? And then they write most of it, and they get feedback, and they get like play tests and stuff. But yeah, I think like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't translate over very well. Like, oh man, it's so weird to me that like AdMech gets a lot of the same buffs that Grey Knights do, except they just get it in the command phase.
Yeah,
you don't get to interact with it as the opponent. You just get told this, and this. And it's like, okay, right? And then, but Grey Knights, like we have to cast our buffs. You can deny them. I can perils. You know, like
Matt, I see you in the comments there. You fucking harlequin player. You.
Oh no. Are we gonna have to silence somebody?
Exterminatus, that guy. Exterminatus, Wisconsin. That's what we're gonna do.
All of Wisconsin, and we're gonna kill all 7 people?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know which part of Wisconsin he lives in, so we've got
so it's just the whole place, yeah. It is the only way to know for sure.
Alright, what's the next step on this? Oh, I need to paint that fat baby with wings.
So you have... Do you have a cherub on that thing?
Yeah, so my tank commander.
I didn't know you could take them as guard.
No, it's just a flavor piece.
Gotcha. Delicious flavor.
Yes.
Oh hey, nice. Oh, you kind of cut out there for a moment. Here, I'm gonna switch over so folks can see a close-up view.
Am I back?
Yeah, but you kind of like freeze framed on the tank for an instant, and then you weren't on the tank anymore.
Oh, good call.
So can we see your tank?
Yeah, I got it. Baboosh. This guy.
Yeah.
Let's see, is that lining up right? Yeah. So that'd be just to signify that he is the tank commander. I just wanted to.
Can you pan up just a little bit? There you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Trying to
beautiful
angle that.
God, yeah.
There we go.
So
perfect.
So which regiment is this, and why have I never heard of them until you mentioned them?
They're the Tallarn Desert Raiders. So they have a really fun backstory, and they hate. Speaking of Iron Warriors, they hate the Iron Warriors because their world used to be a beautiful, lush garden world, and then it was sieged and bombed to hell by the Iron Warriors because that's what the Iron Warriors do.
Yep.
And they essentially just became the Fremen from Dune after that.
Oh, really?
Like completely. Like they've all got they've got the Kefias, and they have all like the sand gear, and their whole thing is like ambush tactics and like mobile infantry. So they're a lot of chimeras, a lot of tanks moving around, dropping off guys and shooting stuff. They're very cool, and it's just I don't know, I like theme and flavor a lot in my armies, and so these guys I thought would look very unique.
Yeah, I mean, everybody hears about like Cadians and Catachans and stuff, but I had never heard of this other other regiment. Do I have a link for the Tal Codex? I don't. It is actually, if you join my Discord, it's in our leaks and rumors. It's NoobHammer. There should be a link in this video. If I did it right, I might not have. I'm not actually that good at this. I just talk a lot, and people. I only have 3. I want 4.
What is next on here?
I do warn you, they are very shoddy photos. They are like potato quality. So, just,
honestly, I think the Tau Codex is probably like a few weekends away. It feels like they're ramping up to it really, really fast.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, they're already releasing the next. I mean, they're already talking about Chaos and Eldar. I think Eldar is gonna. So Tau's gonna wreck face, and then Eldar's gonna come out, and I think they're gonna be an absolute menace.
It's a tradition that Eldar just sort of ruin the competitive scene
the whole meta.
They get a new book. So I'm excited for them to do that again.
Boo.
You haven't like it's. I feel like it's part of like the 40K like. What's the word? Like not hazing, but like the initiation ritual is to just get ruined by Eldar and then hate Eldar.
Well, then I have news for you, because when I started playing, one of my only friends that played has played various Eldari factions since like 3rd edition, and he pushed my spokes in for like 8 games in a row as I learned what I was actually doing.
Hell yeah.
The only time I've actually beaten him is when he took a Mimi all like Eldari mechanized list against my like super efficient Deathwatch list.
Cool.
So like he's like, I fire and fade, and I'm like, no you don't. Because I'm Deathwatch. Or, you know, he's like doing all this stuff, and you know, that's the only time I've actually beaten him.
When he sort of let you win?
Kinda, yeah. It was a very memey list. It was like, yeah. I haven't played these tanks in a long time. Here are all my tanks.
My buddy Dustin, he plays Eldar, Craftworld's Eldar, and he's just, even though they've been kind of not top tier for a minute, he's just been unbeatable with them for so long. And now with my new Grey Knights, I'm doing all right against him. And I'm excited for him to get a new codex because he hasn't had one in 4 years, and he's kind of been doing the same list for the entire time.
That is true, yeah. I can't like when I hear that stuff, like I was listening to a podcast that had Skari on it, and Skari, if you don't know, he's been playing Dark Eldar for fucking ever. Yep. And he said that it took him like 8 or 9 years to get.
Oh yeah, his Dark Eldar had a huge weight.
He got a book in 8th, and then he got a book in 9th, like almost right after his 8th book. You know, in comparison. But then I don't think he got a book since like 5th or something. Mm-hmm. And that's just so crazy to me to think that you just make the decision to just not give whole armies books for multiple editions.
Oh, Black Templars players were complaining until recently that they're like, we got, because they used to be their own codex way back when, and until recently they were just complaining like, we got roped into Space Marines, we haven't gotten our own book, GW hates us, and then GW's like, behold, an entire Black Templars line. Yeah. Now they're like, oh, well.
Here's a supplement and some really fucking sweet models.
So cool. Their models are so cool.
Oh, Levi's back. So Lex is a guy I play with here, and he knows the Eldari player I'm talking about. Brian is a damned menace, and I still have never beat Drukhari ever.
No? Never.
Not with my Deathwatch. Although the loss I can remember, it was when the I'm just gonna call them that now. The Dark Eldar book came out, and they had like the 10-point Reavers or whatever, the like bikes.
Oh my god, yeah, that was, and they were like clearly not what they were supposed to be.
And so we played a game, and he's like, "I'm bringing 30 of these or whatever it was, 20 or 20 or something." It was a lot, and then I barely lost that game, and he's like, "Hey, just so you know, I was up like 300 points on you effectively, because that's not what their point value is supposed to be." Yeah, I still technically lost that game.
I've never lost to Dark Eldar. But this, going into what we were talking about earlier, is because our local Dark Eldar player, he's been playing since like 5th edition, and he doesn't give a fuck. Like, he has never tried to win a game of 40k. He just shows up and he's like, my boys are here to kill stuff. I brought all my favorite models and we're just gonna start killing. Fuck points, I don't give a shit. So every time I play against him, I win, because he doesn't try to win, but he just has a good time catching slaves and killing stuff.
I can respect that. By the way, if any of you use super glue and you haven't bought any super glue accelerant, you're really missing out.
What does super glue accelerant do?
So you spray it on the so you place the glue in the area that you want to glue, then you spray this on the thing that you're sticking onto the thing that you want to glue, and then you can't make a mistake because this is permanent once they touch. This like instantly binds it. So
that sounds like a whole process.
So you got to be like boop, and then done. Look, see, instantly glued.
Jesus, that's dangerous. That's so quick.
Yep. So you got a few seconds. You can kind of move it around, but then that's it. Now I'm committed. That is now permanent.
That's where he lives.
And I had to use super glue because that ball joint is covered in green stuff. Just for anybody wondering why I used the wrong glue on it, it's because there wasn't plastic to plastic. So,
you know, a lot of people use plastic glue for that, or super glue rather than plastic glue on plastic models.
Really?
Yeah, some people just prefer it.
I guess if you're gonna do like, I don't know, if you're gonna do like I don't know, like if you're gonna bust wrists off your models to swap out weapons and stuff, I could see that, but I just magnetize.
It just feels like I don't even magnetize at this point. I
like,
just paint a new model if
like,
I want to
see, look, boop.
That's so cool. That's gonna look great.
Boop. I can even stick it up here. Look at that. Best sword placement ever.
It's gonna look really good.
But it means like, so if I, you know, if I need to, I can be like, this is my side cannon, this is my silencer, and then if they ever make it so that incinerators are a competitive choice, you know, I can just swap them out. Just nice.
Oh, no doubt that magnetizing is very smart. Like 100%. It's another one of those things like airbrushing for me. Like it's very clearly has incredible benefits. I just can't be asked.
Oh, so Titans has been working on some aggressors along with us, which is awesome. Excellent. I love aggressors. Like,
they're really cool. Gravis armor is just awesome.
If I had to be a Primaris Marine, I would want to be an aggressor.
Oh man, you can choose?
I mean, if I could be, or an ass blaster, just because that's a hilarious name, and that's worth it to me.
If I mean, if I were in 40k, I'd honestly probably be a servitor at this point. No, I feel like I'd have joined the guard and would have been dead a while ago.
Let's not be all serious about it. I was saying if you get to choose. If I was going to be a firstborn, obviously I would be a Terminator, preferably a Grey Knight one. And yes, I know they don't all wear, or they can all wear it, but they don't have to. Like, I know that, but I'm just like, that would be my firstborn. But if I had to be, or if I could be Primaris, I would probably rock Bolt Storm gauntlets and a Frank Storm grenade launcher and my sweet Gravis armor.
Man, Space Marines are really cool. I know we shit on them all the time, but Space Marines are really cool.
The models are really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Danny is working on Alaris Terminators. Ocho is working on Vultures.
Hell yeah, man.
Nice.
Ocho has such an incredible guard force.
Is it Av or Ave? He's painting up some Custodes as well. Yeah, it's
Did you hear that the Alaris Terminators are 60 points a model now?
Aren't the Death Shroud Terminators like 55 points now?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, man.
And the Alaris Terminators have the 4-up invuln, the fucking 4 wounds? 4 wounds. They're really good.
No psychic. I mean, when you compare it to Alaris, although they've got that one weapon option, I think it costs more, but it's like a crazy Volkite gun, right?
Yeah.
Like, isn't there some one of the Custodes players will remind me, but yeah, that's super cool. Ocho says if you don't run the Titans, they only have 13,000 points of guard. So
yeah, it's
no biggie.
He does this thing where he puts he's also like not an electrician, but he's really good with like micro electronics, and so he puts lights and sound in all of his tanks. So all of his like Lehman Russes, like you press a button on them and they start flashing and making like bolt gun sounds and things.
Pew 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 pew.
It's very cool.
Pew pew. That sounds awesome.
Ocho, I need to have you on my channel at some point so you can show that off. We're getting close.
Getting close to being done with that tank?
No. To the point where I'm gonna wash it.
Oh wow.
I try to save throwing the wash on so I don't have to throw it on again. I try to do all the base layers and then I try to throw the wash on and then go back with the other like correcting base layers and the highlights and everything. But I try to do all the wash at once so I don't go back and forth.
I use so many different washes. I've also got like going back to the whole airbrush thing, like that has also made it so like I've started to do here, actually. I have a decent example right here. So in my hobby career, as I've gotten better, I think my lighting's really bad right now, but anyway, so I base coat in Grey Knight steel. Then from the bottom, I spray Drakenhof Nightshade as like a reverse Zenithal. And then from the top, I spray Vallejo Model Air. They're like liquid silver, which is just like unbelievably shiny, bright silver. And it makes for this, and this like camera is just not really picking it up well, but like it makes for this awesome 3-tone look. that like is so good that I had to repaint 2 Dreadknights and 5 Strike Marines. And I stopped before I dunked my Tech Marines in simple green, but I was about to also have to repaint them just because like they looked so much better than everything else I had.
Just really stuck with you.
Yeah, that I'm like, fuck, now I have to like it was leaps and bounds better, right? It's not like, oh, my edge highlighting is so much crisper. It's like, no, it looked like someone else had done it.
Yeah, I can really tell I can really tell my old like single tone like models from my like newer method where I do a couple of different silvers on the armor. You can really like I doubt anyone else can tell at a glance when I have them on the table, but I can tell.
Yeah. And that's what matters. For sure. I mean, I could always just, I could always prime these white and hit it with 3 contrast paints and paint all the bases red, glue them on, and call it good. But I'm not that guy.
Nope.
I'm a try hard competitive guy, but I'm also a try hard hobby guy, I guess.
There you go. My brother has 10 Scarab Occult Terminators left to paint before LVO.
Oh, is he gonna do 1,000 Suns now?
Yeah, his
he switched it up, huh?
He decided.
Yeah, his demons were the meme of meme lists.
Yeah, and he realized after 3 games with it that it wasn't winning and he wasn't having fun doing it. So he was like, I don't think I should play this all weekend.
That's fair.
So he unfortunately switched it up to 1,000 Suns, which he's gonna, I think, have more fun with.
So the points.
Yes.
We've switched, like, we've been very bad. Anyway, so yeah, I think we got off pretty easy with 10 points. Honestly, the change up to like only being able to bring 1 Brotherhood is more of a change than I think that those 10 points were.
Not gonna bother me none, but
it will bother me.
Very nice competitive theme.
I'm already working on a patrol and a spearhead of both the same Brotherhood.
You can still only bring the 1 Grandmaster though.
Correct. Yeah, I'm down to only 4 Dreadknights now, not 5. Which I know there are people in chat right now rolling their eyes, maybe even typing furiously to like
and I'm
call me names. But...
bringing 3 Dreadknights to LVO this year, and I'm happy they're good now because I brought 3 Dreadknights to LVO a couple years ago and they just got blasted off the table immediately every game.
Yeah, man.
But I liked them. I thought they were cool and they were garbage. But I liked them a lot. That's what we're here for.
Ave. Okay, my bad. It's not Ave. It's not Av. It's Ave.
Ave, true to Kaiser.
Yeah, that makes sense. Exactly. He was actually just talking about how it is the Roman salutation. So there you go.
Ha. Yeah, I got it.
So you jumped right on it.
Ave.
Yep, there he goes. Typing furiously. I knew it. I loved, like, man, the Grey Knight Facebook page is like my favorite page now, because there's these 2 guys that post pretty frequently, and they always say effectively the exact like same thing, which is that like all massive like Dreadknight spam lists are really boring, and spamming interceptors is really boring. And it's like, dude, we have 8 data sheets. 8. You're now quoting a quarter of the Codex. And then and then I saw a post earlier today where they were complaining about how they don't want paladins to become too cheap, because then we'll just have the paladin bombs of 8th, and that was also very boring.
Yeah, man. I'm just waiting for everybody to get on board the Terminator meta with me.
Yeah, if they go down another 3 points each, I will probably join you there. And strikes go up like 2 points. I'll join you. That's the real problem, is that strikes are so good,
exceptionally efficient
for their price.
Like I was thinking about that with the new Codex, and like with this chapter approved as well. Like I was gonna run Terminators anyway, so yeah, Terminators aren't the most efficient option that we've got right now, but I was gonna run them anyway. So any improvement at all, it's beans. It's great. Bonus.
Right.
So even if they're not like the best, it's still like, well, that unit I like to run is better than before.
Yeah.
So all right.
Right. So like I said, like we have this awesome, diametrically opposed in most ways, but also complementary, like,
there you go,
viewpoints on this army. We're like, I want to squeeze out every point of efficiency possible. And you're like, I just want to not have to worry if I'm within 12 inches or not for bolter discipline.
Yeah, God, it's so great. Oh, it's so nice.
I just want to always roll 4 times for every model.
Yeah, always. You don't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
I had to stop myself from bringing an Inquisitor because she just couldn't fit in the list, but I really wanted her to be there.
What's her name? It starts with a K, right?
Valencia.
Ah, it's a V. My bad.
I wanted her to be there. I wanted her to be in Las Vegas, but she just didn't fit into the list anywhere.
Well, you could bring her. You just can't run her.
Yeah, I couldn't find a good spot, which sometimes it just happens. A list doesn't work for that.
Yeah, it's an interesting point going back to the points, is that, you know, I had heard from the grapevine probably a week and a half ago what the points raises were going to be for Grey Knights. So I was already doing like attempts at my list, right? Where I'm like, okay, if I'm going to take at least 25 interceptors, that's an extra like 50 points, and if I'm going to bring 4 Dreadknights, that's another 40 points, so that's 90 points. So I go to Battlescribe and I just set everything for like 10 points. And I made sure that I had those 4 Dreadknights and those, 25 interceptors, and I started playing with stuff, and I'm like, ooh, this is a lot harder now. This is actually much harder to squeeze stuff in that I want, right?
It'll be really interesting to see how that mixes things up. Necron's got so many changes. Orc's got a bunch of changes.
I'm so happy for the Necrons out there. Like, they were like the second 9th ed book, and they were tearing up a storm for like 3 weeks, and then they just petered out as more 9th edition books came out.
Yeah, man. Necron players in our local meta do really well, but they all complain.
Well, hopefully they'll stop soon. I don't know.
That's not the nature of 40k.
The Silent King went down 30 points.
It's nuts. He's going to be so good.
30 points. He was already good. He was going to be even better. Yeah, I wish we could play the Gloom or the Doomglaive not too. Like, they don't even make that model now. It's Legends. Like, I actually 3D printed out some Doomglaives to stick on my normal Dreadnoughts just because I'm like, this is their close combat weapon now. Just because that's such a neat looking, like, model, or
it's so cool
weapon, if you will. It's like,
yeah, I used to have
really
a Doomglaive Dreadnought back in early 8th edition, but then they rapidly got Legends, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
but you can still play with it sometimes, I guess. But I don't know. My brother wanted to bring his Renegades and Heretics to LVO, but they have a strict no Legends rule there. So he was like, well, I guess my entire army was canceled, so I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, so I was listening to a podcast, I think it was Signals from the Frontline, and they were actually talking of like going down, like in the competitive field, there's like 46 Tyranids and 43 Custodes, and then it kind of like tapers off down to there, and then it's and 1 Renegades and Heretics player, and I was like, how?
That would be so cool if they just allowed that dude in.
How do they make a legal list without Legend stuff? Is it just cultists?
I imagine that they had an exemption from the TO because committing to Renegades and Heretics in a competitive tournament is not only ballsy but very impressive.
Yeah, I mean,
they'd have to have some sort of exemption because literally the entire army is legends, so there's no way you could run them.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was very surprised to see that there was one Renetic. I mean, I was honestly like, I don't know how they built a list. I mean, not that I know a lot about that army, but like from what I've heard, I have no idea how you build a Renegade and Heretics. A Renetics. I'm just gonna
Renetics.
Yeah, I don't know how you actually build that list and not use legends.
I think you can't. I think it's impossible because the entire like all the data sheets are in like the legends document on warhammer.com. So it's very curious. I legit think you cannot do it.
Boo. Well, interceptors went up by 2 points. I think that's warranted. Like that doesn't surprise me.
Fair.
That's not so much that I'm mad. I don't know who leaked that bullshit like 6 weeks ago where interceptors were going to be 33 points a model.
Oh my god.
I think it was on Spiky Bits or something.
Never trust Spiky Bits.
And I'm like, come on. I'm like, there's no way they're going to increase the price of a model that's 24 points by 9 fucking points. Like, not even Games Workshop.
Where the fuck are you coming from?
I mean, they, you know.
Ants.
Also, wasn't there a rumor that we were going to see patrols drop to 2 fast attack slots and 2 heavy support slots, but that didn't happen either?
I heard that, but I didn't understand why people were talking that out. Maybe it did. Who knows?
No,
we'll have to check the book for sure. Maybe just Goonhammer just didn't talk about it. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, except for the ultra competitive stuff, like, who's running patrols?
Shifty eyes.
Yeah,
Don't look over here. Definitely not me.
Yukari love their patrols.
Well, I mean, their whole they get special Codex rules for like running patrols. Yep. It's like it would be like saying, fucking Dark Angels and their Vanguard. Like, who does that? It's like, well, they get to do that. That's their thing.
Yeah, man. God, fucking. Good for Dark Angels because Dark Angels players Dark Angels were so bad for so long. Like they were.
Were they? Oh man.
In 8th edition, you weren't around for that. So in 8th edition, Dark Angels were like the joke army. Like before Space Marines Codex 2 in 8th edition, like Dark Angels were so far and away like the worst army in the entire game, and people would like joke about how terrible they were. And so I'm happy that Dark Angels are currently having like a time in the sun where they're doing really well. I don't know if you follow like the British crowd, like Winter's SEO won the SN Battle Reports tournament with a Dark Angels like Deathwing list, and it was really cool. Like I'm glad that they're good, but man, I wish my Terminators had permanent transhuman.
No, that's actually like where I was gonna go. Is that like I want to play Dark Angels now because they play the way I feel Terminators play in like a book. If you if you read a book about a Terminator, like they don't fucking die. It takes forever.
Oh, agree completely.
For them to like drop, and then you like make them think. And I realize it's a game and it's like not a book, but it's like if I want to play an army that actually plays Terminators right, it seems like. Because I was trying to make a Grey Knights Terminator list that was Dark Angels-ish, where like I would bring Preservers and I would put an Apothecary with them, and they'd get fight first from the Geomorphic Gem or Geothermic. Yeah, that. Geothermic something. You know, one of those relics no one knows the name of because no one runs it. And like I tried to buff them up a whole lot, and I ran that list twice, and all that happened is my opponents ignored that brick of Terminators, killed everything else, and I lost. I'm like, yay!
I didn't know you had any Terminators.
Oh, I have a ton, man. I've got probably 40.
No idea. I just assumed you had
No.
eschewed that branch of our armed forces entirely.
No, I have 40 or 50. Easy.
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Damn.
I have a ton. If you go back and like look at that, and I've got 2 boxes of them right behind me. One of them I bought in Scotland, and I'm going to actually build them and then paint like little tiny tartans on their tabards. So no, I love Terminators. Like, why I'm sad about the 9th ed book is that like I just wish Terminators were more competitive. Not to say they're bad, they're not. It's, I mean, they got all that crazy like psychic stuff. I guess like not to reiterate what I already said in that the video of mine, what's the problem with Grey Knights? I just wish that the Brotherhoods had done more passive buffs to like make it so to make it so
like
that playing
like a chapter tactic equivalent.
Yeah, like some passive, right? Like if you look at orcs or Admech or sisters or Drukhari or everybody except Death Guard and I can't remember the other army now, but they all get passive like bonuses, right? So like imagine if I don't know, sword bearers just brought a vehicle and they automatically had a 5-up invul. Just any vehicle that they brought at all. Dreadnoughts, great. Land Raider, great. Like Razorback, awesome. Bring a flyer, cool. And that would mean that if you love flyers, even if it's not the most competitive option, like you could then bring a mostly vehicle list, play the list you want to play your Grey Knights, have a great fucking time. But instead we got like, you get like a relic, a power, or no, I'm sorry. The Thousand Suns get a relic, but we get a power, a strat, and a warlord trait, and that's effectively it. Like we get no passive stuff. Like if you if we had one where like it buffed Terminators, right? Like okay, Terminators can advance or can charge out of a Land Raider after it moves.
God, that'd be so cool.
That would be like, okay, now I want to play that Brotherhood and play that play style, right? It now makes a Land Raider, which no one runs, okay, and makes Terminators who are slow, fast, right? And it lets you, like, play different ways, but we got none of that stuff. So what they could have done, instead of lowering the points of Terminators, is they could have made, like, Brotherhoods Terminator-specific, or, like, 2 or 3 of them, like, Terminator-specific, and then it's like, all right, if you want to run Terminators, pick one of these 3 Brotherhoods.
That's the kind of thing they wouldn't do in chapter approved, though, which is just points adjustments.
Yeah, it's true.
Possible they might do something like that in a data slate, like a balanced data slate in the future.
Psychic Awakening, I think, is when we'd see any major shifts like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Brotherhood bonuses we have now are more than we had before, so I'm happy with that.
No, I realize it sounds like I'm bitching. And I mean, I am straight up bitching, but like, I realize we're in a much better place than we were in 8th. Do not, like, that is not lost on me, but that doesn't mean that I don't see the way that other codexes are being written. Like, have you read some of the new Genestealer stuff?
Oh, it's nuts.
One of their cults passives is they just ignore 1 AP. So AP1 is now AP0, AP2 is now AP1, and then anything AP3 or over they just take like fully. But most of the shooting you're gonna eat throughout a game is gonna be AP1 and 2.
Yeah.
Or like most of the attacks,
so
rather.
Cool. I was so worried that it was gonna be like an Admech or Drukhari situation where they become unstoppable, but there's still like, if you still catch them with their pants down, then they fold like origami, which is great. Like the book feels like I mentioned this in my game with Derek. It feels like an evolved version of their previous codex. I really like the Genestealer Cults codex. I see what you're saying though. I wish we had a few more granular things like that.
Well, like, what if the Preserver's passive was the same thing? You just ignore AP1 and AP2 is now AP1.
That would be nuts. That would drive my friends crazy.
It'd be so cool, because then if you're like, I want to play Terminator bricks that are hard to shift, like, congratulations, you play that Brotherhood, but then like now you're choosing to play slower units, you know, so folks can capitalize on that. I realize Genestealers are like all toughness 3 and you know you know, like 4 up armor and stuff, so AP is much more hurtful to them than it would be to a Terminator blob, but you see what I mean, right? Like that's a cool passive. I don't know if it's necessarily balanced, but
and it is worth noting, and this is important, it is worth noting that like, and I always think about this, you mentioned we have like 8 like data sheets total earlier.
Yeah, 8 unique ones, so I'm not counting rhinos and stuff like that.
Games Workshop is going to focus more on the factions that have more model kits, because they're a model selling company first. Genestealers have a lot of new kits and just a lot of kits in general, so it makes sense that their Codex is a lot more focused than us. Did you hear Harlequins are just getting wrapped up into the Eldar Codex?
Yeah, I think, and so I heard everything is. The Red Corsairs are gonna be in there.
Just the Corsairs. The Red Corsairs are Chaos Space Marines.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just Corsairs. I don't think they're like I think Harlequins, Ynnari, Craftworld.
It's all getting wrapped up into the Codex.
Right. So I also heard that Quins are gonna be real gnarly.
Yeah, they're getting a latent -1 to hit, it looks like.
And I also heard all their bikes will have a 4-up invul.
Hate that.
All of them. Which I guess won't...
They already have a 4-up invul on all their bikes. Their entire army has a 4-up invul.
Okay. Yeah. Well then they'll keep that, I guess.
Yeah.
I wonder how flip belts will work. Because like it's, you know, we have teleporting Grey Knight Space Marines, but they don't have flip belts. They don't have fly. They ignore vertical movement, but they don't ignore craters, technically.
Nuts.
And I'm like, what? They're teleporting. They don't care that that crater's there. I mean, they do on the charge, and that makes sense. That's fine. Like they're actively charging. They are beating feet across the ground and charging. That's fine. But like, trying to tell me that my teleporting Space Marines still have to take -1 movement or 2 movement to go over a crater?
Yeah, man, it's really tricky warping around all those craters.
Yeah, right? Stuff like that's bizarre.
Alway brought up a good point. Imagine if Custodes had the permanent transhuman. That would be nuts.
I've watched a few battle reports now, 2 with Dread Host and 1 with what's the actual golden?
Oh god, I don't know. I don't know enough about Custodes to help.
Oh god, I'm sure chat will chime in here in a moment. But it's the one that Tabletop Titans ran, and they can like advance and still shoot as if remaining stationary with one of their katas or
martial kata.
Yeah, thank you.
I am glad that we don't have a rule like that. One of those really big bookkeepy ones.
I mean, yeah, tides can feel that way.
Yeah.
Like, if you're switching tides a lot, which I don't find myself doing most of the time, but, like, if you are...
I never do.
That's another thing, is that, like... So, I'm gonna put out a video with, like, some examples of what I think the Brotherhoods could have done.
Oh, cool.
And one of them will include the fact that, like, you know, there are multiple Space Marine warlord traits that let you put one unit in another doctrine. How cool would it be if you're like, this unit is in the Tide of Celerity, the rest of my army isn't. They're in Tide of Convergence or whatever.
Honestly, we didn't get any like relics or warlord traits or anything to interact with that, which is surprising. That seems like a layup, you know? Like that seems like an easy one to to include.
Yeah, and it would give you tactical decisions, and especially if it's like once per unit kind of thing, where you're like, okay, I can't constantly put my interceptors in the tide of, you know, celerity or whatever. But if you need to get one really gnarly charge off, like you've got that extra bit of, you know, reliability for one command point or a warlord trait or a power or whatever. But it never came to pass. So,
alas, I'm gonna wash my hands because my food was very sticky. I'll be right back.
All right, I will entertain the masses. Solar Watch. Yep, that's right. Okay. It was the Solar Watch host? Shield host. Yeah, that's it. I'm remembering now. You bought 1,000 points of 1,000 suns. That's convenient, but I think that's a really cool army. The Cabal point thing is super gnarly and it's complicated, but it seems like it adds a lot of options and is really fun. Like, you know, I think that was really cool. So what did this Shadow Seekers, Shadow Seers, Shadow Slayers, what did that shield host get? Like, are they really sneaky and hard to shoot or something? Like, I'm very, very curious. Love them shield hosts. Brotherhood strat once per game. Yeah, I thought about that too, where I was actually gonna suggest that the word makers could actually put a unit into 2 tides at the same time, because that's their whole thing, is like they are the most psychically gifted of the whole like the psychic brotherhoods, right?
It's me again.
Hello, welcome back. Hello. How are your hands?
Cleaner, and now I can touch my model without being afraid of getting it all gross.
I should ask, what did you eat?
Salmon and
nice
some kind of butternut squash pasta. I don't know. It was good.
My wife was making fun of me this evening because she walked out and I was making like 5 pounds of chicken again. Like, not for one meal, obviously, but like I kind of meal prep, you know?
Oh yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I made a shitload of chicken again. Get off my back. Like, I do different stuff, okay? I do like a Creole chicken, or I'll do like a peanut curry chicken. Like, it's not the same thing every time.
Always
like,
chicken, but
it is. Come on, it's so protein dense, right? Like,
yeah. And I haven't had chicken since.
Check that shit out.
2009, 2010.
Really?
Oh, he looks great. Look at that.
Yeah, that big old gun on top. Oh, that looks so much cooler than. It seems more useful too, right? Like, if you see the Dreadknights with like the Doomfists and no actual melee weapon, it's like, okay, so you're supposed to be punching, but you have these huge barrels like sticking.
How do you do that?
So you're just punching with the barrels of the weapons at that point.
Yeah, man, I wish the Dreadfists were better. I get that they're free, so that's fine. But like, God, I wish they.
You wish they were Nemesis weapons?
Yeah, they could be Nemesis weapons. They could give an extra attack. There's a number of things they could do that they just don't.
Yeah. So Shadow Keepers is everything within engagement range gets -1 attack, and they always reroll wounds against characters. That's in engagement range, I assume.
That's nuts.
That's really good. I mean, yeah, that is wow.
That's really good.
Yeah. So there's Dreadhost, there's Solar Watch, there's Shadow Keepers. What other? Oop, I just bashed my... This stream brought to you by Boneyard RPM IPA.
Emperor's Chosen, I think.
Ah, that's right. That's a new one, right?
Oh god, I don't know. I know so little about Custodes. I fear them. I think they are... Custodes, I think, might be one of the, like, scariest things in 40k.
Why? I mean, you know what they hate, right? Is mortal wounds. And you know what... Well, Grey Knight's not played by Stefan do very well, is mortal wound output.
Not from a competitive standpoint, from a lore standpoint.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Like, they are...
Space Marines, for all of their transhumanness, like, Space Marines still succumb to anger and jealousy and desire and glory, and as evidenced by Chaos Space Marines, like, they are corruptible. They are, like, they can succumb. Custodes have absolutely no choice. Like, they don't betray the Emperor because they can't. Not because they are, like, loyal and strong-willed, but because they are so programmed. Like, they physically, like, can't disobey an order. Like, they are terrifying. They are perfect weapons. It's like there's something exceptionally inhuman and terrifying about them.
I just want to know more about, like, all right, so the Emperor back on Terra during the Unification Wars created the Thunder Warriors, which are the, like, predecessor Space Marines, but he had already created all of the Custodes, all 10,000 of them, right? So he'd already made way better than them, and that was lost or whatever, and I don't think they've ever expanded on that to explain, like, why he didn't make more, or why he didn't just make all the Space Marines like Custodes or anything.
It's expensive.
Well, sure, but, like, you know, in the time of the Great Crusade, he could have been like, all right, I now own, 12 million star systems or whatever. I guess I could probably afford to make another 10,000 Custodes, because somehow he scraped the funding or whatever, the resources together on ancient Terra.
From a practicality standpoint, there's so much, like, genetic alchemy that's involved with creating the Custodes, because they are, like, the perfect chosen of the Emperor. Like, a Space Marine, you can grab a random recruit off of a hive world, train him, put him through some drills, shove extra organs into his body, bless him with a few prayers, and you can if you're one of the Emperor's sons and you're off in a crusade 100,000 light years away, like, you can create more Space Marines. You can bring them up. You can use the gene seed to create more Space Marines. You can't create
just
more
ask the Black Templars.
Yeah. So it's like, I think, so the practicality, like, you can stamp a Space Marine out of a sheet of steel, like, but a Custodes is like a much more curated, like, artisanal kind of ultra warrior.
Yeah, but, like, all right, so Danny,
very local.
Like, so Danny brought up again the whole resource thing, which, like, I get and then I don't get, because somehow he made 10,000 of these motherfuckers on ancient Terra, which was a dust ball, and he somehow scraped together whatever he needed to do it then. But then once he was leading a, huge galactic imperium, he couldn't find the resource. I mean, maybe he was too busy trying to get into the webway, like,
so
he just was like, I don't have time.
The Custodes are it's actually so I read this really, really cool comparison a couple months back that the Custodes are a relic from an old time. The reason that they just stayed on Terra forever until Gilliman showed up and said, "What the fuck are you doing? Get out into space and fight the enemies." Like, the Custodes are, because ultimately the Emperor, I think, was going to eradicate the Space Marines in the same way that he eradicated the Thunder Warriors, because the Space Marines are simply tools to achieve his goals in the same way that the Thunder Warriors were. And the Custodes represent what the Empire or what the Emperor wanted for the Imperium, like the ultimate end goal that the Imperium was supposed to be, whereas the Grey Knights are what the reality of the Imperium needs.
Yeah.
Like, whereas like Custodes
one last blade, right?
Yeah.
Forged in, what is the quote? One last
of fate.
Yeah.
One last gift to the species that I failed.
Wah wah.
The Custodes were what he wanted the Imperium to be, and it never turned out that way, which was tragic. He fucked up big time. Did a lot of fucking errors. Maybe tell your fucking sons about your plan.
Yeah, so it looks like Titan's Advocate is kind of agreeing with what I said, where he was kind of too busy after the crusade. He's like, the webway, gotta get in the fucking webway. This whole warp thing's a real bad deal.
It is. It's not great.
Yeah, not great. Oh no. Okay, good.
That's gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. That whole place full of demons. I still want to like read like a short story that is like some demon floating in the middle of nowhere, and then like it senses that there is a ship and its Gellerfield's down and it's hungry, and it goes in there and it's a Grey Knight battle barge.
Cowabunga.
And it's just like, it just fades to black.
Oh shit.
Like, oh no, dies.
Custodes and Orcs. The Master of Mankind is such a good book. Titan's Advocate is talking about that. It is so good.
I started reading it. I got to like episode or like chapter 2 or 3, and I ended up, not because it was bad, but I like shifted gears. So
yeah.
But I started reading it.
Yeah. Away. I really enjoyed that one. The perspective shift on it was really, really cool.
That's the one where like the webway's breaking, and oh well, I don't want to. Sorry.
Yeah.
I won't spoil stuff because that's a dick move. So.
It's yeah. God, I started reading the Caiaphas Cain novels recently.
I don't
Have you ever read those?
Mm-mm.
They're ridiculous. They're very fun. They're from the perspective of a Don Quixote style.
This is what I was afraid of with the shield, is that it was gonna because it's a magnet. Wah wah.
Yeah. Oh, no.
There we go. Look, now it's a table for feasting. Oh well, I'll figure out something.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caiaphas Cain is like a Don Quixote style story of an inquisitor, not an inquisitor, a commissar, who is constantly only looking out for his own like self-interest, but everyone everywhere brands him a hero, and like he like keeps making mistakes and is like only behaving cowardly, but the way that everybody else perceives it is him being like this great hero of the Imperium, and it's like, it's excellent. It's really fun. I'm enjoying it a lot so far.
It's like, no, I don't want to be here. I don't know what I'm doing. Or is he totally into it? He's like, yes, which is more Don Quixote. I guess
yeah,
where like
he leans into
like he doesn't realize it.
Persona, but he 100% admits that he is a charlatan.
Interesting.
But the hero worship he gets helps save his life. So he's down with it.
Sure. Oh man, this makes it sad. Everything's too heavy. Can I 3D print this again and make it lighter? I can't hollow that out. I might have to actually glue this, and that, like, as a guy who actually magnetizes everything, this like bothers me.
Does it feel like you failed?
The idea of like actually magnetizing this is, or not magnetizing this is like bothersome.
Just need to get a stronger magnet.
Dude, I have 2 6x3s. Here. There, fucking look at this thing. It's that there's no there's no friction to stop it from actually rotating. That's the thing. Yep. It's not that it's popping off.
Yeah.
It's just not. Yeah, I might have to, like, I don't know.
I'm sure you can do. What if you do like a little counterbalance or something?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Or like a little stopper, like somewhere on where it twists, like somewhere like not very well seen on the arm or something, and so that it twists onto there and it sort of just.
Oh, like on the wrist itself.
Yeah. Just a little thing that just catches the shield so it doesn't spin.
That is not a bad idea at all.
I don't know. I don't magnetize a lot, so maybe that wouldn't be efficient.
No, I mean, I have so many spare parts and stuff, I could probably make something work.
Oh, yeah. Getting on. God, cherubs are the fucking worst.
You wanted it on there.
Yeah, no, he loves it. He's going to be really happy with his little servant of the Emperor flying around him, but God, they're disgusting.
Are you not into babies? Are you one of those folks that's like afraid of babies?
No, I'm not into like lobotomized cybernetic slave babies.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Like,
it's not really my jam.
I think that's
I don't know how things are for you, but
yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Not into lobotomized babies.
Lobotomized slave babies isn't my thing.
Slabies.
I remember like when I was toying with the idea of a Sisters of Battle force a while back, and I showed my wife a unit of sisters. She was like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "That's a cherub." And she was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's like a baby that they have, except it's lobotomized and turned into a robot, and he carries their ammo for them." And she was like, "I hate that. That ruined my morning."
I hate that.
I think the sisters might be the most. They're up there. Sisters of Battle are definitely in the top like 4 most evil factions.
I think they're badass though. Like
they are.
My God. They are. I think they're badass.
But so are World Eaters, and they're bad.
I mean, they're bad. Yeah, sure.
I think Sisters Battle like legitimately like take immense pleasure in the immolation of humans. So, not great.
Of heretics or suspected heretics or those who may become heretics.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. They're just. You don't sound like you really support the Emperor over there, Stefan. I'm gonna have to swing by.
We are the purest servants of the Emperor. We are infallible, whereas everyone else is fallible.
Dead flying babies. Literally everything else.
Favor, honestly. Hello, wife. How are you?
Oh, good. Just looking for the bear.
Oh, speaking of wife, here? Look at that.
Really?
I don't know. The dog's somewhere. I'm not sure where he went. I thought he was right here, but I guess he's not.
Oh, hey. Ivar.
I'm sure he's somewhere.
He decided to just go sit on the bed by himself.
That's sad. What a loser. Another point in Grey Knight's favor over Custodes, which I guess is my running theme this evening. Whereas the Custodes physically cannot fall to chaos, the Grey Knights like won't fall to chaos but it takes with the whole story of Castellan Crow, it takes a continuous like purposeful effort on his part to not fall to chaos. Like the Grey Knights through sheer will not fall to chaos, whereas the Custodes physically can't. There's nothing to corrupt about them because they are logical machines of death. It's corrupting a toaster.
So how much of that with the Grey Knights do you think is their like training, and how much of that is their Emperor's gene seed?
Think? I mean, I did the math once.
You did the math? Where's the data you did the math on?
I did the math once, and it's 1 in 3 million possible aspirants becomes a Grey Knight.
Yeah, them some long odds.
So I think that the majority of them don't make it, and you just happen to have that aberrant individual who is like, yeah, I just really give a shit, and I will not be corrupted. So I think it's 50-50, the Grey Knight's pure psychic will, and also the Emperor's Gene Seed playing a big part in it.
It's like flicking stuff all over the damn place. Always wondered about that. Like, I don't know. It's cool lore that, like, yes, none have ever fallen, but it's also like, I guess there's only 1,000 of them at any time, really.
Yeah,
and that's like that's not actually likely. It's they could be up to 1,000, but they're not. Probably not. You know, whole attrition thing is a real bitch.
Danny Mendoza says the Age of Apostasy was good. It was definitely interesting.
It was
definitely time
good.
And a half.
It did happen.
It was certainly interesting. I think my favorite little like mini conflict like that in like beyond like the greater like scale of 40K and things. I love the Badab War. Have you read much about the Badab War?
I've read like the poor Mantis warriors or whatever.
Yeah, the Lamenters and everything.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's always the damned Lamenters. Those poor boys.
My boys, the Exorcists, were big into the Badab War, and always go with the axe on the Alaris. It's the right way. Axes are really cool.
They're still axe guns, right? So really, it's spear guns or axe guns.
They're really fucking rad. That's just the way to go.
You should probably channel your inner dwarf and go axe.
The Custodes, the opposite of dwarves.
And then don't forget, you could always ask them a question.
Oh, boo!
You all knew it was coming. Don't act like you didn't.
Don't act like you didn't.
Yeah, there you go. See? Now you're into it. Oh no. That shoulder joint's all fucky. Oh, well, that's interesting.
Huron is...
Well, that's
the whole story of the Badab War is fascinating, and I love it.
Well, it's basically like Operation Overlord kind of thing, right? Or like... Or no, not Operation... Overlord was the D-Day landings. What was the one where they did a bunch of the psyops to make the Germans think that we were gonna land in like Sicily or further up the coast?
I don't know. I'm not.
Fucking
I'm
what
not
was that? Damn it! I used to actually know this shit. Anyway, it kind of reminds me of that, where it's like, no, we just tricked you.
Yeah.
Come on in here.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, Caleb. Let me know.
Something Huron.
Yeah, Huron Blackheart used to be Luft, L-U-F-G-T was his first name. Luft.
Sounds like a space wolf. That is Norwegian as fuck.
Huron Blackheart? Is that what we're talking about? His last name? Unless I'm missing the reference here.
I love this war. What war? What war are we in right now? What's happening?
Badab War is really interesting. That and the Sabbat Worlds Crusade is also fascinating. I like all the little smaller conflicts in 40K because they make me think that, like, we all know that the greatest thing about 40K is that it's so vast that ostensibly all your little battles and all your little stories could be taking place in canon somewhere and it wouldn't disrupt anything.
Right.
And so reading about all these smaller conflicts across the galaxy always make me happy because it feels like people's little homebrew campaigns turned into like actual canon. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like it's actually cool that you brought that up because it reminds me like when you and I had our last video, we were talking about things that we wanted to see in the 9th edition Grey Knights Codex, and I said I want to see custom Brotherhoods, and you said I think that would be cool, but from a canon perspective, that would make no fucking sense. Because,
no, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. And I agreed with you. It would make no goddamn sense. But, like, also, it doesn't make any sense that Grandmaster Samandis leads the Exactors when there's already a Grandmaster for that Brotherhood.
So I have a good way of reasoning around this.
It's the warp, right?
Well, no, not even. Which it's to the benefit of the setting. Because a Grandmaster, like a Space Marine captain, or even like a Grandmaster, like further extrapolated, lives for centuries, sometimes maybe 1,000 years.
Yeah,
like that's a long fucking time. But 40k takes place over a huge goddamn period of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Coven Leorak, the canon like Grandmaster of the Exactors, he was either recently the Grandmaster of the Exactors or soon will be, because I haven't specified when my games take place. So Samandis is either his predecessor or his successor. I haven't decided. I might lean into that, actually. I want to think about that some.
Well, there you go.
But the point is...
You have 15 seconds to decide.
Oh, God.
I'm totally fucking with you.
Successor.
Okay, there it is. It's now canon. You guys heard it here. If he tries to backpedal on a bat rep in the future, this is safe on my channel.
Oh, hey, there's my brother talking in there.
Is he Maztar Twisting Truths?
Matsir, the Twisting Truths.
Oh, right. Got it.
He hates streaming in all forms. He thinks that social media and the whole influencing thing is all nonsense, so it's good to see him here.
Rick, you should create a drink for the Waystone Bar. Ooh.
You should. That'd be fun.
I mean, okay, I guess that... I was just gonna ask, is that, like... Can I actually have permission to do that? Or is this, like, just a thing that's... Alright, so I'm gonna find some of the most, like... hard to find, like, Australian-only liqueurs.
We're technically, and this is maybe a little too much insider knowledge, we're technically still waiting on our liquor license. We just sent all the pictures of our, like, floor layout to them, and we should be hearing back from them Monday.
Man, okay, so... this is going to be some non-40k talk, or I guess it's 40k adjacent because it is for a 40k speakeasy, but like I have heard the whole, at least in Oregon here, like the OLCC, the Oregon Liquor Control Commission, is like all up in your shit all the time.
Oh yeah,
is it
so
the same?
Worse than Washington.
It's worse.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So
it's awful.
It's insane. Like, we almost had to call ourselves a nightclub because of the way that we wanted to represent. We were also maybe going to call ourselves a senior center because of the way that we wanted to operate. It's nuts how granular they are and how much they try to restrict people drinking.
If you were a senior center, do you have to have so many people on your books, like over 65 or something?
Yeah, that was the deal breaker.
Oh man. Like, oh, it's only $1 a month to be a senior member.
I'm really happy how, just get some people just to pad the numbers.
It's $1 a year if you're over 65. Oh, please. Please really join. Oh, man, that's gold.
Did you know, for example, in Washington State, you cannot give a customer a free drink. Legally, there's no circumstance where you can do that. You cannot give them a free drink unless it is their birthday.
Literally, that is stipulated by Oregon or by Washington state law?
Legally. Like, there's the exception that if it is their birthday, you can give them a free drink. Like, I'm imagining all these old men sitting around in, like, the 20s being like, we don't want the populace to get drunk, no free drinks. And then some other guy's like, oh, what if it's their birthday? And they're like, we don't want to be unreasonable. Yeah. Of course they get a free drink on their birthday.
No, I imagine it like all those old men, like, go quiet for about 3 seconds. And then it's like, oh, yeah, like, all of them talk at once. Oh, yeah, I mean, of course not on their birthday. Yeah. It's like a big ruckus.
Maniacs.
So if if I go to Waystone and I order a drink and you make it like garbage and I send it back and you comp it, is that a free drink?
Yeah, so that does. Yeah, so that doesn't like violate that.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
Not to as a gift give a free drink, but if
not to say Waystone's gonna make crappy drinks, guys. Just so you know, but I was throwing that out as a hypothetical.
Yeah. So if you order a drink, you're unhappy with it, then you're not charged for it. That's fine. Like that skirts that. But like from like a hey pal, you're nice. Here's a free beer.
Yeah. Weird. I did a little bit of service industry work, but it was in when I was 14. I was a dishwasher at a pasta restaurant, and then when I was 18, I worked in a grocery store for 2 years. So
grocery store job.
But I never worked service at like a bar. I wasn't ever like a server or a waiter or a busboy, even. Like I was a dishwasher. So
it's honestly service industry. Like it's one of those things that I think everybody could benefit from. Just even like 6 months working in it, because it gives you such a good perspective on how a large amount of people live their lives, and it really trains you to be patient, and it really trains you to like figure out like conflict resolution in like a way that very few other things do.
Yeah.
Like I think probably most of like the bartenders that I know are probably better at de-escalating like conflict situations than most of the cops I've ever met.
Yeah. We're straying into politics now, so
oh god, we are.
I'm gonna yank the chain a little bit.
That's fair.
So points updates.
Here, I need to point this at the camera. I love doing this little step of the painting these guys. Just getting like a little second layer after you get the wash on. Can you see that? Is that in a good spot?
It's still adjusting your light. Yeah.
Damn it.
Here. Wait, hold on. I will switch to a larger view so that everybody can get a way better shot. So you've already watched that and now you're doing edge highlights or what?
I'm doing another coat on top of it, so kind of like edge highlighting, but just sort
of so it'll leave the wash and all
the same color.
All the recesses.
And then I'm putting the same color on top of it again to make it so that it sort of just pops a little bit.
Yep, looks good, man. Looks great.
It's fun. I like painting.
It's a part of this hobby that I didn't really think I'd like very much, but I have just like I love building stuff, especially like I love building models. I like painting them, but I really like building them. But that might be because like my favorite toy growing up was Legos, so you know.
Yeah. Graham used to hate painting so much, and I think he gets some joy out of it now because he started painting my brother. He started painting a Lord of Change recently, and like really like making a point of doing like a detailed job on it, and it's looking great. And he keeps sending me pictures of it, and I think he's really enjoying it.
That's awesome. Is Graham still in here? Huh? Matt Zier, are you still in here? Matt Zier.
Yeah, he says he loves your camera setup. You don't like mine, Graham, which is just me sitting in the dark.
Would love to see a pic of how it looks. I did I put that on my Instagram a while ago? I did get a new setup since, so
kind of thing. He is his quest for throughout the pandemic has been to find the perfect like video chatting setup.
Actually, let me see if I can't do something about this real quick and do like a little video tour. So on the front of my desk here, I've got a clamp on a Canon EOS M200. That's my main camera. Above my monitor, above my monitor here, I have two Logitech Brios. One is what you guys see me in right now, and then this one is only on so that Stefan can actually see me in real time. Up here on my shelf, I have another clamp, and I've got an extension pole here that I want to put one of these extra brios on, pointed downward, right onto my desk, and that way you get a shot kind of like, well, not with this in the way, but something like this, you know, so you could actually see actively like what I'm working on. And I could leave all that stuff on at the same time. So yeah, and then we'll do some cat. Here's a cat. That's Babber. We'll do another cat. This is Loken right there. That's my brand new kitten who's getting so big so fast. And named after Garviel Loken, obviously.
Garviel Loken.
But yeah, I only got this little clamp on my desk a little while ago. I used to have a tripod that would be right between my legs, and that was awful because it meant I couldn't move. Like my legs would start to cramp.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Climbing in and out of my chair was a total chore. Oh, and then over here on my right, I have a light. I think this light was like, I don't know, $35 on Amazon, and it's got like a a dimmer and stuff. So
yeah, I think I'm gonna get one of those little like selfie rings.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too, but it's like, I don't know, this stuff gets expensive real fast, as you are aware.
You want to see my setup now?
Sure. I think this will be quick.
Very quick. Behold, a mess.
Nice.
Not very not expensive.
Yeah, I've got all of these paints over here. So these are the paints I've actively used on my army while I've been preparing for LVO. So I think I counted them out, and it was like 38 different colors.
Nice.
Because and then back here I have all of the rest of my paints on the wall. And over there I have
stream board clicky box.
Oh yeah, I have a stream deck, so I can do stuff like this. This comment was Ivar approved. Huh? Nice.
Sure.
And like I can switch between
lovely
views and stuff. It's it was a pretty decent.
Cool.
I'm creating a whole overlay to do live bat reps. So the stream deck will actually make that a lot easier because like I can set buttons to increase score and increase or decrease.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
command points and stuff. So if I have somebody running the stream while I play, it's very easy for them to be like, oh, this like this button says player 1
+1 point.
Yeah, +1 point or like -1 CP or whatever. So it's a pretty cool setup. And I'm slowly making it better and better and better. And then
always forward always, right?
Yep. I've learned so much about videography and audio. Like I didn't know anything about audio when I started this, but now when I like watch bat reps that are like filmed live in a gaming store and there's all that background noise, I'm like, oh, I can't do it now.
Graham is texting me telling me that I need to rapidly improve my setup, and I think he's right. It's just something I never think about.
Well, hey man, like I know you have that massively successful Kickstarter, and like I was talking to you on Discord the other day. I'm like, you know, your channel is kind of what's driven a lot of the like popularity of this thing. So if you want to upgrade your cameras or your microphones, like talk to me. I don't mind helping at all.
It is. I appreciate that. I will come to you with that. It is something that I want to like once we settle down, like once we like settle down with everything and kind of get the place running. My next project is to sort of like drastically step up my like.
Oh man,
game.
that back room I see it and I'm like, I want to put up sound deadening shit in it and more lights and like you know, like a nice boom mic and or like wireless mics, and you could do really professional
lapel mics.
Like,
I really want the lapel mics.
The wireless ones are pretty expensive though. That's
the thing. And so it's just like obviously recently we haven't had the time to focus on this kind of thing. So it is on my brain. It is there.
Of course.
But we've just been doing so many things. Post LVO, post store opening, I think that's gonna be my next project, is really stepping up the production there.
Yeah, I think like if you get a couple, like a top-down camera, I know folks hate that like cinematically, but for like deployment and movement and stuff, it's actually very nice.
I think in individual situations, I think that's helpful. I don't like watching the battle reports
where it's all top down. Yeah.
Top down.
It's very boring.
For deployment, or like to get like an idea of like switching up to there just to see, like, get an idea of how the battles progress, that kind of thing, I think that's very good. It also requires somebody with a staff.
Or people willing to learn. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, when I did my, I did a live bat rep when the Grey Knight book actually hit, and we had just gotten our...
Yeah, I remember that one.
Our wireless mics, and we had our, like, volumes really fucked up. But, so there is a mixer, and then there's the mixer on the microphone receiver, and then there's the audio stuff within the streaming software. There's the laptop. There's all these like cameras, and it's really overwhelming without like a good like introduction that can take a while. And then I had like problems with internet connection and not having like a high enough bit rate and all this stuff, which I think we're gonna start like losing viewers here soon if I keep just spouting off nonsense. But yeah, it's rewarding, but it's hard work.
Oh, certainly. And the thing is, it's such a realm that's normally beyond my ken. So which doesn't mean I shouldn't sort of push in there, but it's just something I've never engaged in before.
Sure.
So it's something that I need to like make a purposeful effort in my life, as opposed to just sort of, a lot of people say like, get this camera, get this mic, get this, etc. The problem is I could throw money at it and just start buying equipment, but I don't know how any of that works. I don't know the way to optimize that. I need to like make a point of taking time out of my life to learn what is best and learn how to utilize all this, and not just throw money at it, if that makes sense.
No, it's a thing. Like, it is absolutely a thing. I am a technical guy. I built my first computer when I was 11.
Oh boy.
I have been in technology. I'm now a software engineer. Like, and the audio video stuff is so different than anything I'd ever played with before. Even though I was interested, it still was a learning huge curve. Right? Like, I've never been an audiophile in my life. I always thought that stuff was bullshit. And then I bought like some nice headphones and a nice amplifier, and now I'm like, I can't listen to like my car speakers. They sound like garbage. I can't like it's like I'm so used to this crisp, amazing sound.
I guarantee you will be getting a lot of questions from me.
Please, dude. I have no problem helping. So
excellent. Fucked up this dude's eyes, but that is okay.
Oh man, eyes. One of the reasons, so I helmet all of my dudes because I was in the army and you didn't wear your fucking helmet. So I can't imagine that super soldiers that are like, 1 in a million people, or 200,000, would ever run around with their helmets off. I know
cinematically,
cinematically they run around with it so that you recognize them, because otherwise they look the same because they're in uniforms and they have fucking helmets on. But the other reason is I am afraid of painting faces.
Oh, it's awful. But the only way, I still haven't figured it out, but the only way we get better is by doing it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Hey, you, Commander After Hours, you were on my stream last night. You told me about how you bought some capes for your power armor on Etsy. I need that link. I need either the STL so I can print my own, or I need that link so I can buy them. Because when I do make my own purifiers, I want them to stand out by wearing capes.
I'm also interested in that. God damn this idiot in his fucking face. I swear at my models a lot also when I'm painting them.
Oh, are you? So you're 33. I'm 37. How old are you, Stefan? Sorry. Oh, folks are talking about their age now.
Oh, I see.
In chat.
32 in 4 days. Holy shit!
Oh my gosh! I need to put a reminder on my calendar. It's Stefan's birthday.
Yeah, Thursday. It's nice because it always
the 27th
every year
for LVO.
It always happens around.
I guess I gotta buy you a drink, man.
Yeah, we always get shit faced for my birthday, and it's great.
Are you gonna go to the preview, or by 8:30? Are you gonna be too fucked up?
Alas, I'm not getting in until Friday.
Oh, you're not? Ah, balls.
Yeah, just the way that tickets and everything worked out. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna be there until Friday, which is all right.
Balls.
Just means it's gonna be a tighter schedule, but. That's just how the way things worked out. And honestly, with me having COVID right now, it's probably for the best, having a couple days of buffer, you know?
Oh, that's fair.
But yeah, it's too bad. God, I know it fucked up his face. I have to start over. Shit. He's looking 2 different directions. Like,
first it was his eyes, and now it's his whole face. And then it'll be his whole uniform, and then you're gonna just, like, throw away the model.
No, Graham, there's a...
No,
like
they're
a preview, like at LVO, they have like a seminar. You sit down and you all watch like the thing, and it's like, here's new models. And
it's
like,
an hour and a half long. So
yeah.
I just listened to a Signals of the Frontline podcast. If you are there on Thursday, it's free, so it's not gonna like actually cost you more. It starts at 8:30. It goes till 10. And the FLGN guys were saying that it will be one of the largest Games Workshop previews they've ever done, ever.
Oh yeah,
ever.
Last time John was just sending us like updates via text. God, I can't believe I fucked up this guy's face so much. I'm gonna send you a picture of it.
You should. No, just like throw it up on the camera, man.
I don't know. Oh, I can just
put it in front of the camera.
Right. It's gonna be so small.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I have blown you up to maximum size for what I have actually set up for this right now. But
let's get his.
Oh come on, God, it's so blurry.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna focus. I don't think it's gonna want to do that. Come on, you can do it. No, it's too weird. The lighting's too weird. It's not gonna.
Well, it looks great in shadow. I can't tell.
Yeah, in shadow, he's great, but his face is fucked up. And if you could see it closer, you'd be like, "Oh, his eyes. What's happening to him?"
Oh, yeah. Honestly, so he did send me a photo. Here, let me see if I can't bring this up on my. All right, hold on.
Situations where, like,
Stefan, talk to them while I go ahead and try to bring this up on like a browser or whatever.
I'll answer it. Absolute honesty. No.
Oh no! Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Ask me anything about Warhammer is probably a better.
I've opened the floodgates.
Yep. Too late. Now you're gonna get a whole bunch of sex questions. Here we go.
Oh God.
When'd you lose your virginity? Don't have to answer. That was a joke.
Okay, great.
But now, because of the look on your face, now I'm actually super wondering.
Y'all planning to do RTTs at Waystone? We'd love to. We do only have 5 tables, so they will be small tournaments. But we absolutely would love to. There might be a way that we're thinking of working out some stuff with Mox and maybe like using their space for some RTTs and things like that. It's all conceptual. Ooh. We're still sort of figuring it out, but possibly.
Okay, I want to get back. Yeah, there you go. That's an
type of Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
Important question. Really?
Yeah. Which Chaos God is your favorite? I don't know how to answer that question. I was going to say the Emperor, but that feels like heresy. You know what? Khorne. Khorne because he's honest, straightforward. Like, when a Khorne demon comes at you, you know what you're getting. You know exactly how that's gonna go. There's no fucking. You're not gonna get infected. You're not gonna get lied to. You're not gonna get fucked. You know that guy's coming here to kill you. Like, you understand. I've also never played against Khorne demons, which I really want to do someday.
Okay, let me see. I'm gonna try to switch this over to my browser so that everybody can see your amazing. Okay. Oh, I messed it up. God damn it. All right, hold on.
Oh no, all of your porn.
No, luckily not that. Whew. That's an extensive list too. And it's all stuff I'm a little ashamed about, which is how you know it's good. You're like disgusted now. There you go. See? Look at that. Let's zoom in. Get in there.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, look at your shame. Honestly, that is so much better than any face I've ever done.
The thing is, at this point, I have two options. I can either try to I see it now. I can either try to like go in and fix it like incrementally and risk making it worse, or I can just go over the entire thing and start over. So I think I might.
It does kind of look like he's crying blood, actually, now that I notice. Right here in the, like, right here on his right eye. Looks like he's crying blood. Or she, I mean, yeah, whatever.
Saturnborn Carvili asks, why won't your Grey Knights, which Saturnborn Carvili, coolest goddamn name, why won't your Grey Knights submit to Abaddon? He only wants the best for Space Marines, less so for the rest of life in the galaxy. Fuck him. I'm not, fuck him. That's it. That's all I got. Fuck Abaddon. Fuck that guy.
I gotta say, there's actually like there's a lot of good questions flying through the chat right now. This is actually fantastic.
Right, tell me the best one.
So, okay, well, there's like some questions, like some folks asking about the RTT, which I think is like a valid, like really good question. But like the funniest ones are stuff like, what do you think about the Grey Knight Discord?
Ooh, before I answer that question, I need you guys to let me know if any of the mods for the Grey Knight Discord are currently here.
I think you're enough of a celebrity over there, it doesn't matter what you say.
Great. It is cool to have a place where...
I'm waiting for the butt.
Well, it is very cool to have a place where Grey Knight fans can collaborate. I have muted that server a long time ago because there's so much happening in there. There's so much talking on so many disparate channels, and I have absolutely no idea what's happening in there at any time.
And as a general thing, I'm in so many Discords that my automatic thing is I join one and I mute it immediately.
Yeah, I just because there's so much happening in the Grey Knights Discord that I don't even know where to start to like engage in conversations, which is why I never engage in any of the conversations there unless I'm directly tagged. Then I will read every question or every like comment that follows that and try to follow it up with something. But for the most part, I can't engage with it. There's too much going on. I don't know what any of the channels mean. They all have really arcane names. Like, it's just all over the place.
Is that your biggest problem there? Honestly, like...
That is my biggest problem there.
I think the Discord is, like, a super amazing trove of information there. Keep in mind, when you go there, that you are mainly going to talk to competitive players. 96% of the people on there. And there are non-competitive channels... which are, it's very obvious if you're speaking in them that you're being non-competitive, but they're very competitive there. So keep that in mind if you do engage. The Grey Knights Facebook page is like hilariously bad.
Is it really?
You have some really good discussions that will pop up, some awesome painters, but then you have like just these like 2 or 3 people that I've actually thought about having them on my show. Just because I want to engage with them face to face, but I don't know if that would actually go well because I suspect there will be a breakdown on either my end or theirs, and it'll end up being more like a 40K reality TV show versus like an actual useful exchange of information. So I haven't done that.
Excellent.
But yeah.
I think that Commander After Hours mentions this. I think, aside from them being the single best battle report channel on YouTube, I think that Tabletop Tactics has nailed how to do the cameras for it. They've got the long ways camera. They've got the long ways camera where you can see both guys. They got a camera trained on each guy, and they've got a third guy following around the table taking shots of models, and they switch between all the cameras at any given time, and it looks super professional.
So
it's
Dice
really easy
Check,
to follow, and you get a lot of the personality.
Yeah.
Which one?
Dice Check does the exact same thing. That's the guys that are. It's led by the guys that do Chapter Tactics. The podcast now. It's Matt and Domeki and Bricky.
I've never watched any of their stuff. I should check them out.
They are also very more adult oriented, where they talk about butt sex and stuff, just as funny meme stuff. So I'm just letting you know it's more it's more humorous. It's not like Tabletop Tactics is funny, but it's very PG funny.
Oh, certainly. They absolutely try to
where
Dice widely accessible.
Dice Check is straight up just adult humor. So
I will look up
if that is uncomfortable for you. Do not watch their bat reps, but they also do funny bat reps too. They on eBay they bought this big plethora of models in a box where the person selling it didn't really know what was in there, and they bought it, and then they found in there a cardboard warlord titan, made out of cool. Poster board or whatever.
I fought one of those ones.
So they've started making a whole series where this Titan goes against other armies that are also 2,000 points, but they quickly realize that one Titan can't stand up to any other decent army at 2,000 points. You just can't.
Oh yeah, no, of course not.
So what they do is they start to give it ridiculous buffs. So the pilot stands outside and he's got a name now and a whole backstory. And he's got some overcharged artificer plasma gun that does 2,000 damage or whatever to one unit, and it's just it's ways that they try to balance it, but it's done in a way that's just absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that it's based on an absolutely ridiculous premise in the first place just makes it more ridiculous. It's actually you're not gonna learn any decent tactics there for the most part. They do have some more competitive stuff too, but I think their humorous stuff is far and away just
that's
comedy
gold.
You
go to their channel for?
Absolutely comedy gold. Yeah,
I'll check them out. I'll put one on my watch later list.
Yeah. Callum is saying he is pretty sure that they are always completely blasted. And I am convinced that that's probably true. I mean, they are in California. It is legal there. They are probably either drunk or high or both. I mean, I'm kind of mentally preparing myself for LVO because I've been told by so many people that I interview and people that I like and I want to meet up with to just be prepared for this really drink heavy social atmosphere, which is fine.
You're never gonna have a moment where there's not a drink in your hand.
Okay, well, that was me in my early 20s through my late 20s. I'm 37 now, and not to say I don't have nights where I don't tie one on and I regret it in the morning, but I haven't done back-to-back binge sessions in a long time.
Oh yeah, your body's gonna hate you. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
Last time we were there, my buddy Derek, the Genestealers player.
That's right. It's Toby versus the world. Is the whole the Warlord Titan versus everyone thing. It's hilarious.
Derek, he was so hungover on the second day that he didn't go to any of his games. No, he started to go to his first game and had to stop halfway through because he just couldn't stand anymore. And he went back to the hotel room and shut all the blinds and spent the rest of the day there. So he missed all of his games the second day.
I don't want to do like I want to have a great time. I want to tie one on. I want to joke and have fun with my friends, but I don't want to get that messed up. Like I paid a lot of money.
Yeah,
like, and I'm staying a whole week after because I have a family that lives there. So I definitely don't want to like show up at their door on like Sunday evening, just like bags under my eyes and like dried vomit in my beard. Like haven't changed my shirt in 2 days. you know?
Here's the better version. I fixed his face.
Oh, that's right. He is a warhound titan, not a warlord. My bad.
You said 2,000 points, so I figured that's what you meant.
Yeah. I don't know my titans that well. I'm sorry.
I've played against a cardboard titan before. That was fun.
Is this... Do you want me to show the fixed model now?
Yes, please.
Okay. You feel bad? You feel bad? You're like, no.
It's better.
Please,
it's not
guys.
good, but it's better.
I can do better. What was the name of that file? Save as... Okay, that's what I thought. All right, everybody ready?
It's better. It's not the best, but it's better.
So this is... He still looks like he's bleeding out of one eye, I think, but we're also being...
Bleed out of your eyes.
We're also being...
You see?
We're being very critical now for comedy reasons. Like, let's not get too ridiculous, but here we go.
Sometimes you're in the 41st millennium and you see some shit and you're just like, God, the only
That's
place
true.
I can bleed now
See, that's true.
my eyes.
Like, imagine being like some conscript in this regiment and you're like, hey, we're gonna go to this weird planet. Well, I don't know why the sky is purple and there's lightning everywhere and I'm seeing my dead dad's face and everything. Oh my god, also there's some demons. What's going on? Where it's like, if you're a Grey Knight, you're like, yeah, it's like, if you're a Grey Knight, it's like, oh, welcome to Tuesday.
Now we have to kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think this is great, dude. Like, you've got shading, you've got highlights, you've got a mid-tone, you've got a second mid-tone, you've got like pupils. Yeah, dude, this is way better than any face I've ever done. I kind of want to go get my Grandmaster that's supposed to be my face now, just so you can... Actually, I will try to find it, because it is...
That's only fair.
It is awful. And I tried to paint it twice, and every time I just made it worse. So I just stopped. Eventually learned my lesson.
Oh, I need to get the red.
Oh, actually, I should send you that photo, because that's the photo for the servitors. I sent LVO asking them if it was okay. Oh, did I not take a photo of his face?
So they're letting you use a third-party model?
No, it is a... Here, I will switch over back to my web browser again. So I 3D printed these bad boys. I 3D printed 2 squads of them. They don't quite fit on the stream, but anyway, it's the same 4 models. You can change up the arms and the backpacks and stuff, and I've obviously painted them more than what's here now, but I liked these models a lot more than the normal servitors, because the normal servitors, yeah, they look like trash people. Like, they kind of look like the Gonk droids from Star Wars that they then, like, shoved a face on. It's like, hey, servitors. I'm like, no, that's stupid. So Dustin says that your tank commander's looking great, and he no longer has Ebola. So, you know, congratulations.
Excellent. Perfect.
That's the minimum requirement there, is like, does my model look like it has Ebola? No, it passes.
It's honestly, like, the way I see it is like, I don't know. It's such a... I love learning new techniques and just trying a thing and being like, that sucked. Well, I'm gonna paint more next week. Let's see how much. Let's see how better I get.
Yeah.
Just paint faces. God damn, there's another ant. You just paint faces, and eventually they look less terrible than they could. And honestly, most of the time he's going to be held like 3 or 4 feet away, and nobody's going to look too close.
Sure. It's also one of those things where, like, I kind of envy you because you are painting. Oh God, I need to ask you about how excited you are for your towel, but I'll wait a moment.
Yeah.
Let's stay on the thing I was going to say. So you have like a shitload of guardsmen. None of them.
I only have 40.
But they're all like wearing helmets, but they're open face ones, right?
Well, they're all wearing exactly what he's wearing. So the Kefia,
right.
It's not really a helmet so much as it is like a headdress.
Well, and they don't have a helmet on under it or anything. Like they're not wearing ballistic protection on their heads.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess they truly do not care about the Astra Militarum at all.
The Emperor will protect.
Anyway, so I was going to... Yeah, that does give you an opportunity to paint a lot of faces, which is kind of neat.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, for me, I'm like, I have to paint 20 fucking interceptors? No, I'm not painting any faces. Just, no. Everyone's helmeted.
And for things like Space Marines, I think I don't have a single unhelmeted guy in my army.
Good call.
Because they're super space warriors. They're inhuman. You don't want their humanity poking through it. You want to, but with the guardsmen, the whole charm of them, for me at least, is that they are people. Is that they're human beings in a chaotic universe of hideous, laughing, thirsting gods and devouring aliens that travel the stars. And so the charm of them is to know that they're just people, and being able to see their faces helps that.
Well, that was a horrific description. Not inaccurate, but that was a horrific description. So great job.
Yeah, this universe sucks.
Yeah, no, it does. Actually, that there's a meme. I'm sure you're all familiar, but it's like, you know, people daydreaming about being in like
Harry Potter, yeah,
the universe that they like, you know, love the most. So like Star Wars or like fucking like Harry Potter or whatever. And it's like 40K fans are like, no, I know, no one wants to live there. That is terrible. Absolutely not. I don't want to be there.
No.
It's fun to have our little games and our little army men that live in that universe, but me, no.
The whole point is that universe sucks.
Yeah. I am happy.
All right,
to live in this sucky
I'm
universe.
Gonna call it an evening. I gotta make sure I rest some and make sure I shake off this COVID entirely before I go to Las Vegas.
All right, that's fair. I mean, this has been 2.5 hours, so.
Holy shit, it has. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. I made a lot of progress. Did you do well on your Dreadknight?
Yeah, I mean, he's all glued up. He was just white tacked. I don't have the blue tack, so I'm gonna call it white tack.
There you go.
Now he's all glued up. Obviously, I'm gonna do assembly painting. So like I've got all of the like, I'm gonna call them body panels, but like with the armor plates, I'm gonna actually paint those up and airbrush them completely separately. I still have to do some green stuff work to kind of close these gaps, like up in here. It's easier to.
Good luck, man. You only got a couple days to get all that done.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything going on this weekend. My wife's working, so I can just hobby.
There you go. Perfect.
But if you want to drop, thank you for joining me, dude. This was super fun. We got a lot of like engagement. I'm gonna stay on probably for another I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. I'll probably call it around 10 actually, so hour and 15. I got stuff to do, so if anyone else wants to stay on, I'll be here. But Stefan, I will probably next talk to you, I mean voice in person at LVO, so
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
I will see see you there, man. Thanks again for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. Good night, everybody. Here's a thing I posted in the thing. I also said good night there.
Aw.
Adios, folks.
Later. All right, friends. It's just me. Bye, everybody. If you want to bounce, no hard feelings. It's just gonna be me dicking around with my models. So. Is anybody playing Age of Sigmar at all, or no? I got a bunch of money for Christmas, and I bought some Fire Slayer stuff just to try it out. So. Good night, everybody. Thanks for swinging by. It looks like we're losing quite a few, but that is okay. It has been 2.5 hours, so. Oh man, turn down my music a little bit. I wish I liked AOS. Really, I think the models are really gorgeous. Like. But I've been a fantasy fan for a long time, so that's not really that crazy. Like, I mean, just the Luminel Realm Lords, and I love just all the stuff that they have on those crazy detailed models. They're really cool looking. The iron jaws are very cool. I'm actually surprised I don't see more conversions for 40k. I guess they're really too big, but like those are cool models too. The only game I've ever played, I played the Bone Reapers, and then my buddy Gareth played Iron Jaws, and it's the only game I've played so far. I thought a lot of the rules were really interesting, like the battle goals every round was really cool. So like you could react to what your opponent did, or you kind of have a game plan of what you wanted to play, and then if things didn't go that way, you could like play this other thing, and then like if you knew you couldn't complete any of them, you could burn the worst one that you had. I don't know, it like added a whole nother level that I liked. Yeah, so Warcry, if I remember right, is basically their kill team, but for Age of Sigmar. Models look great. I mean I will agree that like AOS is all about melee. Like it's about getting into melee as fast as possible. Very few units shoot. But it's also so streamlined, right? Like you have a 2 wound roll. You always like if you're 4s to hit and 4s to wound, you don't, it's not like strength versus toughness. It's just you always roll 4 to wound. It's actually kind of nice because it makes it fast, but yeah. They have beautiful models. Love it. I kind of want to buy some just for like Dungeons and Dragons because they're just so gorgeous. But anyway, I should probably get back to my Dreadknight here. So I've already got this sword magnetized. I think I have a spare sword anyway, because I'm actually gonna run a demon hammer on one of my grandmasters. So I've got a spare sword that's already painted, so that'll save a little bit of time. I wanted to try out assembly line painting with this model, but because I've never really done that. So I've got the body panels and the armor plates here. I'm gonna paint these all separately because like you can just get such a much nicer blend with an airbrush than you can with a brush, at least at my skill level. So guess what? So what can I glue on? I can glue on the groin plate. Can't glue this on yet. This is effectively a bit now. Arm, head. This is torso. Guess I don't want to glue the Terminator in yet, but now that I have the arms glued, I can glue on his arms. More flying shark harpoons! Yeah. That's the Deepkin, right? That's so, again, it's just such cool models. I'd honestly like to have some brutes or whatnot painted up. Are brutes an Iron Jaw unit? I've only played one game, so I don't actually know the game all that well. But it's a lot of micro managing of melee positioning since units can be, yeah. There is that. I also thought it was really weird. So like the Iron Jaws, they can, if they kill a unit in melee, they get to make a unit within like 18 inches of them fight first. Like, but it's not called fight first. It's like they just immediately get to activate a unit, another one of their units. And so it made combat like really weird. Cause like we'd get into combat, he'd wipe one of mine with like this big monstrous HQ thing, and then he'd get to fight me for free with another unit before I could fight. It's very jarring, but I'm sure that's just me not knowing the game yet, you know? Is the way. Don't need to paint that. Alright, so these are all bits, effectively. Bit. Fist. Which I'm worried I'm gonna have to... I'll just do that, actually. I'm gonna magnetize this fist, because I don't think this shield idea I have is gonna really work out, just because it's too heavy. Here, I'll actually try to show you. I've got this sweet shield that I 3D printed. I magnetized the hand, but like I want it to be at this angle where he's like actively blocking a blow, and then the sword would be up like this. I don't know if you've seen, like there are in sword fighting with a shield, there's a low ready, a mid ready, and a high ready, or a guard, and the mid guard is kind of what I'm trying to go for here, and I just don't think it's gonna, I don't know, it might look, I don't know, I might be over analyzing my own work too. I don't know. Does that look okay? Oop. He's just not glued down. That's why he's falling forward. But I've already actually completed his base, so that's why he's just like tacked down. He's not glued down yet. I'm gonna tack him down, prime him, base coat him, and then I'll actually glue him to his real base. So it does that. So that looks okay. I'm honestly curious. Like, I'm not fishing for compliments. The idea is that, like, oh man, I'm gonna totally pantomime this. So if you're fighting with a shield, this is so dumb. Okay, so you're gonna put your left foot forward, which has your shield, and then you're gonna raise your sword up, and your right leg is back, and that's what I was trying to do with this stance. You can't really do that just because the proportions are weird and it's got stupid knees and like bad hips. His left leg I completely tortured. Like, I sliced up the knees, I sliced up the hip entirely, I rebuilt the whole hip, out of sprue to even make it work at all. So that's what I'm trying to go for. So leveled with the ground, you mean like straight up and down, or you mean like up like this? I don't know. It definitely will look different than most Dreadknights that will be at LVO because, you know, it has a shield, a giant shield on it. So, I don't know. I'm probably a little to the DK's left. So more towards his center line. Yeah, that's an issue with the actual arm. So the arm, there's this little thing here, and to angle it that way was a little too difficult. I think this might be the best I can do right now without spending a bunch more time like chopping down the elbow. Is that not straight up and down? I mean, it is on a magnet, so, you know, it'll move wherever. All right, cool. So I think that actually looks all right, which is huge load off of my shoulders, actually, the more I think about it. I'll still magnetize this fist and paint it because it won't take much more time, so why not? I'll use my trusty pin vise to do that. And my secret weapon, if you're ever doing any magnetizing and you find it like really hard to make that like first hole, you want to do a pilot hole with a thumbtack. So find the middle, you poke in just a little bit, and that's enough to allow you to use your pin vise and keep having these things fail to properly focus. And that's my real pilot hole, and then I can switch to the drill bit that matches the magnet. Oops. I cannot tighten it down properly on stream. Then you can drill it out. Stupid thing will not stay focused on my fingers. Ta-da! Then I need the magnets. In the next drawer. Yes, no, hot dog? Yes, they are. Yeah, I mean, if I was like doing a bunch of troops that were all in like a big shield wall, I'd be much more worried about if they were like in like a testudo properly. But it's a Dreadknight. It has a 4-up invul anyway. I just want the like shield there to kind of make that obvious. Like this is a Dreadknight size storm shield kind of thing. And it'll stand out from the rest of my army as well. So fist here. If you're also new to magnetizing, to make sure all of your army is the same polarity, always use a model. I had used this other Dreadknight, but and I make sure that when I put them into the model that they face the right way. I also have a whole other model here. This is from my my Death Watch, but I use this guy as basically my like magnetizing dummy. So my whole army is correctly polarized, so you don't have like some weapons that work on some models. I know some folks probably already zoned out just because that's too much, but you know, it's the pain of magnetization. Right, and a little super glue. Or a lot, apparently. Yeesh. Don't do that. Little accelerant. Oop. And done. Ta-da! Easy peasy. Stick that in there to like actually paint it later. Stick that in there to actually paint it later. There's the hammer. We'll magnetize the hammer too. I know a lot of folks don't like to go through this. For my Grey Knights, like my infantry, I don't find this to be a big deal because I'll just buy more models and like repaint them. But for my Death Watch, because every infantry model has like 40 options of weapons or shields, of war gear, I find it very important to magnetize them because I don't have enough cash to buy enough models for my Death Watch to actually represent every available combination of like weapon and equipment. It's just not in the cards. I'm not Elon Musk. All right. So is anyone else in the chat still going to LVO or is it only me? Now, I know Lex isn't, which makes me sad because I think that would be really, really fun, but we were going to go to a local RTT, but the RTT was canceled last minute, and he was gonna bring his Greater Brass Scorpion the whole 9 yards. Well, that didn't work out. Stupid COVID. Little accelerant. Beautiful. I'm pretty sure Elon would actually have to sell off some stock. Yeah, maybe. Like, Death Watch is fucking crazy, man. That's what makes them so fun, but it's a little crazy. Looks like I got a double magnet in here, so I'm actually going to take advantage of that. I'll glue one more of these little magnets to it. Just leave that out there, dry. Let's see. Let's do the Terminator now. I need the arm, and the chest. Probably put this little groin piece on there. Why is this thing never in the middle? Nope, there it is. Oh, right. It's straight on the bottom of the waist, not the top of the waist, so. There's one thing Space Marines are really worried about, it's their groins. Alright. Boop. You're pretty much a new player jobber. Does that mean you teach new players? I have never heard the term jobber before. So, I guess the Terminator back always goes in the same way because it, like, actually clicks into the back here, doesn't it? I might have a problem doing. Put it all together. Oh well, there goes the groin piece. Okay. Well, I can just shave some of the back end of this down. That'll be fine. Plastic glue fixes many mistakes. But man, I am really stoked with the way that this cannon is. Like, the cannon looks great. I want to add a little bit. I don't know if the light does a very good job. I'm going to turn up this little side light I have, but actually, I'm not sure if it does a great job of actually showing you straight on. Yeah, God, nuts. Anyway, there's like a pretty big gap between the front here and where this armature is, so I might try to make some green stuff that fills this area and like looks like armor and tubing or something. I don't know. It's from wrestling. I see. The guy that makes the name guys look good. Okay. So that works. You make the new players actually look good. That's a good, yeah. That's good. I mean, you don't want to beat the crap out of new players because you're just gonna demoralize them. So makes sense. Thank you, Jonathan. I do think that these are very solid magnets. It's how every other Dreadknight I have is currently magnetized, so I hope they're pretty solid. Speaking of which, I should probably put this away along with the green stuff. Just making a mess on my desk, but they tend to, so Black Legion plays like they do in the lore. I'm gotta be honest, I'm not super familiar with my Chaos lore. Black Legion, they're not, are they corn and they just like kind of rush in and fight? I know Alpha Legion's all sneaky. I know Iron War is what Levi plays all the time, and they're like very much into their demon engines and vehicles and stuff. But that, and Black Legion, that's Abaddon, right? Does the Black Legion destroyed Cadia? Jonathan asking big questions again. I think you were last night too. Have you given much thought to what Tau will do with Grey Knights and Deathwatch? Yeah. So we know broadsides are core now. And we know railguns exist. I don't know how prevalent railguns will actually be. It looks like you'll be able to still take a Lord of War slot with the new changes to detachments. So you'll probably see what the hell is there really big? Levi, help me out. The really big Tau suit that's not the Yavrana. It starts with a B. God, I'm so bad at this. Anyway, that thing will probably be in like every list. It'll probably be the sept that you can spend one CP, or is it 2 to just ignore it? Invuls, the Storm Surge. It's not a B. Okay, yeah. I think you're gonna see. I think you're gonna see broadsides, because they're core, so they get rerolls and all that jazz. And then you're gonna see a Storm Surge, and then all battle suits, if I remember right, count as infantry now. So they can do actions, they can do all that stuff. Broadsides, their railguns do like D3 plus 3 damage, and they have 2 shots each model, so it's basically 2 raiders like running straight at you. I think Dreadknights and Redemptors, especially with Redemptors going up a little bit, I don't know. I think Deathwatch will have to switch to the Army of Renown, more or less, to survive, which is very good. So, like, that's not a bad thing, but it's also very hard to play. And I think Grey Knights are just gonna go infantry, with maybe like 1 or 2 Dreadknights. But the fewer Dreadknights you have, the more they're gonna get focus fired, which means the more that they're gonna die. So, I don't know. Tau are going to really shake things up. I think Tau are going to be like... They're going to be like Drukhari were when they first came out. Like, I think there's a lot of broken stuff in that Codex. And they're going to have to rein it in. Hi, Loken. Can I help you? Yeah, I think Deathwatch will be AOR because it, like infantry can hide. You're not trading out, a lot of points every time a Dreadknight steps out, and gets hit by, 1 3-man squad of broadsides for, a ton of damage. Follow-up question about the new sub-faction rules. What's up? Now, keep in mind, I'm not even a good player. Like, I'm just making predictions based on what I see and what I understand of the meta as it stands now. But I've been saying for a long time, Dreadknights are not going to survive Tau being around. And Redemptor is actually increasing by 10 points. Like, that hurts Deathwatch a lot. And the Volkite Contemptors, because you basically got 2 Deathwatch builds that are really viable competitively. You have the Army of Renown, which can't bring Dreadnoughts at all, and then you have the Dreadnought Castle, where you have anywhere from 3 to 6 Dreadnoughts. And I don't think the Dreadnoughts are gonna live through it, so... Yeah, I mean, that's true, too. What Lex is saying is probably right. Like, Grey Knights can deep strike half of their goddamn army for free. And then with Foretelling of Locust... Well, now I'm not entirely sure if it says deep strike or just strategic reserves, but it does specifically say that it does not count towards any of the restrictions that the rest of the army has. So with Foretelling of Locust, you can actually deep strike like most of your army, or at least put them all in deep strike and reserve. So you could actually just hide turn 1 legitimately, and then just come down on turn 2 and wreck face. Like, especially if you're in Tide of Celerity, you could probably get off some pretty clutch charges turn 2 right out of deep strike. I don't know. There's some things you could do. Yeah, so they are, so the new subfaction rules, the only people that don't suffer from it are Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Demons, and one other army I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But basically it says that if you don't have all the same chapter, effectively like a chapter, you can't run it. So like we can't run 2 Brotherhoods now. We have to run, like, you can run multiple detachments, but they have to be the same Brotherhood now. Deathwatch, this was never a problem. You all ran battalions anyway, because if you used to soup, you would lose our doctrine switching, which was actually like a big bonus that we had. So you didn't want to lose that anyway. Oh, it's CJ. Unfortunately, you missed Stefan. He's gone. But he did stick around for like 2.5 hours, so. Oh, it's the Chaos Marks you ignore. Yeah, so like my list that I'm thinking about running right now is still 2 detachments. It's still a patrol and a spearhead. But it's 3 Dreadknights now, or it's 4 Dreadknights now, not 5, because you can only take 1 Dreadknight per Brotherhood that you have. And so now we're only limited to 1, so we effectively can only bring 4 Dreadknights total now, which is also fine. I think 4 is still a lot. I've played with a couple battalion builds too, but like having to bring 3 troops means you're bringing 220 more points of strikes, and you got to decide if you think the command points are worth more than the points from the strikes. Just depends on what you want to do. So I opted to go with 2 detachments, fewer strikes, spend 3 extra CP to bring that spearhead, but then I run Prescient Brethren. I have the Divination Warlord trait, and the thought is that that Divination Warlord trait will get me back to 3 CP over the course of the game that I spent. That's the hope. It might be that all Grey Knights start going rapiers and battalions. I don't know, because it is still very good. Like, I think in a single battalion, like rapiers, you know, Blades of Victory, and Prescient Brethren are probably the ones that you're going to want to win or bring. I don't think Sword Bearers will do very well as a single battalion, just because like you're going to lose a Dreadknight every turn, at least one is what you should plan on when you're going through your game. So the longer the game goes, the less useful the Sword Bearer's power is, while the Rapier one is still very good, and the Prescient Brethren strat is still very good all the way through the whole game. So we'll see. We will see. And there's always Tide of Escalation you can switch into if you need like 3 units to get +1 attack. You can totally do that. And I think Rapiers is really the only Brotherhood will you'll ever see anybody enter Tide of Escalation as they are right now, because +1 attack is very good. Going from 3 to 4 attacks per model is stupid. Rerolling all wounds if it's like a Terminator squad or a Strike squad. 4 so good. But it is not the death knell of fucking the Grey Knights. I think we got off very I think we got it very well. I don't think anybody's mad about these points increases, so I just thought when they targeted Dreadknights, they'd target the weapons, but they went after the chassis. But, you know, whatever. Did I answer all your questions, or did I just blather on for too goddamn long? What do I want to do now? Oh, right, I was going to build the Terminator. I keep saying that and then not doing it. So I'm going to purposefully not put on his head, because what I want to do is a new technique I saw where I'm going to airbrush the inside of this white, and then I'm going to use a blue ink and make it like look like he's glowing with psychic energy. So I want to leave his helmet off, and I'll paint that completely separately, and probably from the bottom I'll spray that glow on him. But I'm going to purposefully do that this way. So what I want to do is kind of look at where the arms are positioned and get the arms positioned more or less the same way on the Terminator, because I think that that looks really good when you do that. Yeah, I think dumb is actually kind of maybe like the correct scripture. Like, it reminds me back when like when I was playing Deathwatch all the time, I was running plasma inceptors, and everybody knew they were really efficient for their points at the time, because I think they were like 50 points a model, and that was after they got nerfed once. I think they were like 45 at one point. But they're really good. But folks were still like actually bringing them. Nobody brought the bolter inceptors ever, because like, why would you? The plasma ones are so much better. Then when they nerfed the plasma ones, they actually just made inceptors, the base inceptor, more expensive. Didn't change, even though the plasma gun has a cost, they didn't up the plasma gun cost. I was like, well, you made it so now no one will bring plasma, and still no one will ever take the bolter ones either. Like, you just made them so fucking expensive. Like, you could have even brought down the price of inceptors as a base who come with the bolters, and then you could have made the plasma guns like 15 points extra each for, you know, 30 extra points, and then you could have really made it be like, oh, well. But I don't know. Yeah. I know some folks try to be like more, I don't know. It's just, oh hey, he just snapped straight in there that time. Anyway, I don't know. I don't want to use terms like dumb, but at the same time, like, I can't help but wonder like what they thought they were gonna get out of some of this. Yeah, I don't know. Raising the Volkite, smart. Like, if that's the problem, if that's what they think the like actual problem is, yeah, raising the price of the gun makes sense. Don't raise the price of the Contemptor, because that means that they'll just not take them anyway, at all, with anything, you know. But I'm probably preaching to the choir at this point, so I should probably stop. Whee! Alright. Terminator's done. Dreadknight's in an okay spot. I've got the body panels here. This is head. The teleporter. Guess I could install the teleporter. I actually learned just when I started buying Dreadknights after Night that there was actually a teleporter model. Hey Ken, thanks for swinging by, man, and thanks for the well wishes about LVO. I want to go 2 and 4. If I go 3 and 3, I'll be ecstatic. I want to set my bar low, especially because it sounds like I'm going to be out drinking and eating a lot, which also sounds wonderful by itself. So I think it's just like in response to you, Levi, I think it's just it's designed by committee, man. Like I can't think of anything else. Like it's just that they, you know, they got one guy in charge of like Space Marine points, and they got one guy in charge of like Death Guard or like maybe Chaos points or whatever. And it's just so you get, and they don't talk, right? Like you and I live and work. Well, not live, but we work in business, and we see this kind of stuff all the time where the like left hand doesn't know what the right hand's actually doing. As tired of a descriptor as that is, it's kind of true. So I mean, it's not like there's actually one guy named James who actually makes all these calls, right? And then you like you totally see it with all of the codexes too. You like see some really well written ones, some really balanced ones. Like I know Sisters players hated on their codex when it came out. I think they hated on it because it wasn't an AdMech or a Drakari codex, but I think it was actually a really well written codex. Very well balanced. Like if all the other codexes came out that balanced, the whole game would play great. Like Death Guard was actually a fucking awesome codex. I don't know what they're trying to do with them now with these weird point swings, but like, you know, actually very well balanced, interesting codex. But compared to Drakari, compared to AdMech, they were, and then Orcs, yeah, they're not good. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily not good by themselves. I don't know. So I know there are some other people in here working on other hobby projects. What is everyone currently working on? Because I know you're not all just like raptly watching the screen as I draw up a Dreadknight. There's no way. I'm not that interesting. People, yeah. Folks don't want balance for them, they want balance for you and broken for them. Yeah, I mean, maybe? I don't know. I don't want that, but I don't know. It just seems like the Grey Knight's Codex is super good because we have very good data sheets. Or at least we have a few very good ones, right? Like Strike Marines are crazy good. Interceptors, Dreadknights are all very good. But like our actual Brotherhood support is not that good. As I've already ranted on in this very stream, so I don't need to do that again. So we got one Tetra, but you're too lazy to start your second. That's fair. It is 9:30. We got someone else painting a Night Desecrator. Very cool. Black and gold, huh? Nice choice. Are you using Citadel paints or I ask because I started to buy these the Monument Hobbies acrylic paints. I bought their white and black as like just to try it out, and holy crap, that is the best white paint I've ever used. The black is good, but it's called coal black, so it's like finish is very, very matte, and it looks like the outside of coal. So if you want like a smooth black, it's not the right paint. But so anyway, I liked them enough that I bought some of their metallics. I bought their gold and their silver, and their gold is so nice. I haven't used their silver yet, but their gold is just as good as Retributor armor, gold from Citadel, but it's cheaper, and it actually has a dropper bottle, and you get more of it. So, not gonna use Retributor armor ever again. That gold kicks ass. And then Ocho is working on two vultures and two thunderbolts. All right. These are not airbrush ready. I have used the airbrush on the black and the white. I had to add airbrush thinner. I don't remember having to add like an insane amount, and I haven't sprayed this through an airbrush yet, but the only things honestly I've been able to use through an airbrush without thinning down are washes. Even airbrush paints like the Vallejo's Model Air, even those like I've sprayed and I'm like, oh, this is still weird, and I still thinned it down. So old gold, yeah, I've not used the Vallejo old gold yet. So, but they're like the Monument Hobby stuff, their like brushes are great too. I really like their brushes. Both types, their synthetic and their sable hair are very good. And no, this is not a sponsorship. Like, I just really like their stuff. My only problem with them was I went to go order a number 2 sized brush once and they were out of stock. So, you know, what can you do? Little accelerator. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe I was too overzealous. Boop. I love Vallejo, but there isn't any sold close to, yeah. Yeah, the Games Workshop pots, like, it's weird. I really like it for their washes. I hate it for their actual paints. Like, I think it's great for washes because I'm constantly like going in with a whole brush full and like pulling half of that off and then just going to town, and then I go back in. So I don't, you know, I like it for that, but yeah, it's like, this is a stupid pot. Give me a dropper bottle. Like, what is this? And then like, yeah, I know there's like, I bought a bunch of pipettes and I have a bunch of dropper bottles, but like, that's so much work. I have so many pots of their paint. I guess it's good for the contrast paints too, for the same reason that you want to like go in there really fast, grab a whole bunch, and then use it, and then, you know. But yes, the bottle is awful. Give me a dropper bottle. I don't know what the hell this weird, easily tippable pot is all about. Nice. Okay. This gets painted. Is this all? No, it's not. So this is the little like safety harness or whatever. Because, you know, space, well, when you think Space Marines, you think safety. Is CJ still on? I have seen the dropper tops for the Game Workshop bottles. I thought they were a little overpriced, and then I saw a couple YouTube reviews where they popped off really easily, and then you just spilled paint everywhere. So I just kind of wrote them off. But you know, I think it's great that like someone tried at least, you know, because it's just like sticking washes in a dropper bottle is super easy, right? They're like mostly liquid and they just pour straight out. But like if you want to do that with Grey Steel, it takes a while. You have to like scoop it out with a brush or whatever. I don't know. I just don't want to do that for 100 paints or however many I have, which is quite a few. So yeah, I saw them at my local game store, and the like game store guy kind of pushed them on me when he saw me buying some Citadel paints, and I was like, that sounds nice, I'll check it out later. But you know, then I went home and I actually researched it. They hadn't been getting very good reviews, and they were pretty expensive. Like I think they were a couple bucks a piece. So like you buy a $6 pot of paint and then you have to buy like a $2 topper for it. It's just, you know, or you can go to, oh gosh, let me see, hold on. So I went to like Alibaba, and you can buy a bunch of these. They're like small funnels, and you can buy a like, you can buy enough dropper bottles to like fill your house for like, I don't know, $5 or something. It's just like, when you think about it, it's like, why, you know, why? And now I've made a horrible mess. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Save me, Jeebus. I don't know. But again, I just don't want to, like, I own all those. I still don't want to spend the time to actually do it. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's the truth. This is a bit now. This can go in here. This is garbage. This goes here. Cool. All right. So what else do I need to get done tonight? No, I think I've gotten to the point where I'm gonna airbrush all this stuff probably tomorrow. I won't do it on stream because everything's out in my garage. Yeah, I don't know. I could probably do it anyway. Got some space heaters out there. The thing is, I at least need to have this primed and painted 3 colors. LVO. Not that I'm gonna stop at 3 colors, obviously. I mean, again, look at how many colors I have on my army. It's like 38 or something, 40, I don't remember, but I need to have at least that many to be, you know, battle ready. So that's the goal. No, stop. Ah! Nope, this thing is not staying tight on the stand. You know, there we go. But I am super stoked with how that shoulder cannon looks. That really like came out great. Then I'm hoping I can get on a good angle on that shield. Yeah. I think that's gonna look really good. That's gonna be really fun. Is nice. Those are the bottles I got. I only use them for my airbrush converted paint. Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody has their system, right? And that makes sense. But washes work really great right out of an airbrush. Like Drakenhof Nightshade, Known Oil, all of those just spray right through there with no problem. Yeah, everything else, even airbrush paints, I've had to thin. And like, remember, all of that totally changes on like what temperature you're spraying at, what the humidity is, like how good your airbrush is, how clean it is, what your like PSI is. All this stuff matters. So like, you know, when Vallejo made Vallejo like model air, it probably worked beautifully in their air, like wherever they tested it at, but it doesn't work that great where I'm or well, not to say it's a bad paint, but like it needs adjustments from where I'm at, you know. Gosh. Kippy, what's up, man? Good morning, dude. Good morning. Thanks for swinging by. Yeah. You missed Stefan, but we had a great stream. Yeah. I said I'd be here until 10. That is 15 minutes, so I will definitely do that. Oh, damn. I almost spilled that everywhere. I'm like, I've had just enough drinks that I really want some pizza right now. Like, I really want some pizza. Man, I'm gonna do my wife's favorite color is orange. I actually bought a couple really nice, what the hell? Sorry. Huh? There we go. I bought a couple really nice orange paints. I've got a Vallejo one, orange red, and I got Fire Dragon Bright, and I got some Troll Slayer orange as well, and then I have this this yellow wash, which if CJ is still here, was kind of, or not wash, it's a yellow contrast paint, which I've learned very quickly that like one of the best ways to use contrast paints is actually as a layer over another like similar color, and it just makes it much more vibrant. Like if you do Mephiston red, here actually I can show you. So it's not quite so obvious just because these body panels are small, but these are Mephiston red with Blood Angels red over the top of it. And like when you paint that on, it just like it glows. It's so much different. It looks way different. And now like I paint Mephiston red and I like it, but then I'm like, oh, it needs some Blood Angels red. At least on my Grey Knights, who are, you know, very shiny. So it's been a couple of weeks since you played your last game, man. You got to get out there. You got to play more and more and more. You got. I'm saying this is the guy who's not actively playing because I have so much hobbying to do. But hey, Levi, you want to go out and grab some pizza? So what's everybody think of the new, like, missions? I assume most of you have read the new missions. I think it'll be... It's kind of like a halfway point between what AOS has right now and what 40K has, and I'm not upset about it. I think that's okay. So you got like tear down their icons, recover relics, data scry salvage, abandoned sanctuaries, conversion, scouring. Oh, scouring is still around. That bothers me. Death and zeal. Nice. It seems like those new mission secondaries are really gonna make it so that like people going second have a pretty big advantage too, which is pretty cool. I mean, we've seen that kind of level out, but when 9th hit and folks weren't using enough terrain, like first turn advantage was enormous. It was basically go first or die. I mean, Levi was there for a few of our first 9th ed games, and it was definitely go first or die. So, has anybody played an Armageddon game? Because like Armageddon does alternating activations. I think that sounds pretty interesting. Because then like it's not okay, my turn's over, I'm gonna let you like do your turn. Like I'm gonna go like heat up some pizza and use the bathroom, right? It's like you don't have that luxury. Like you have like they're gonna move one unit and then you're gonna move one unit, and then they're gonna move one unit, and then you're gonna move one unit, and then they're gonna move one unit, and then you're gonna move one unit, and then they're gonna shoot one unit, and then you're gonna shoot one unit, right? And that just seems much more like much more interactive, and it would completely change the game, obviously, like completely. You know, you wouldn't have those games where like Sean Naden gets absolutely tabled turn one from, you know, fucking Logan Heath, because he was freebooters orcs and he went first. I'm sure there are war games out there that play that way. I'd be curious to actually play one like that. So it'd play more like the Fight Phase does, where it's like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I'm not necessarily saying that would work or should be how 40K works. I'm just curious about how that would like play out. I don't know. I don't know where all my animals went. Like Babber's sleeping back here, and all the rest of them have just disappeared. And then, as if summoned, here comes Loken. Oh no, Loken. So rude. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay. It's not super long though. I've actually started running a lower delay stream. I don't know where you are, but things have been better lately. Interesting. And then secondary changes haven't really changed all that much. I mean, in general, engagement on front has obviously changed. You've got to be 3 or more models. Bring it down was changed slightly, so if you're, instead of being over 10 models being worth 10 or 2 points, it's now 10 wounds. Yeah, sorry, let me back up. It used to be that if you were 11 wounds or more as a vehicle or monster and you killed it, it was worth 2 points. Now it's 10 wounds or more, which means rhinos actually are worth two points now. So that kind of sucks. I guess teleport homers changed, so it's now the end of your turn instead of the end of your next command phase, which made it impossible to actually do. So you might see folks bring that instead of retrieve Nachtmund data, which might be interesting. Psychic interrogation no longer requires line of sight. That's pretty cool, actually. Not that it'll matter for Grey Knights, but it might be pretty cool for my Deathwatch army. Especially against armies that have a lot of characters. You can just get 3 points every turn. That's pretty neat. Oh, and the battery from Extra Light just died. I'm getting lots of like little signals that we should call it. But I said I would hang out till 10. Got 6 minutes. Ask me anything. Actually, you can ask me anything. I don't even care. I have no filter. Hi, Loken. Don't know if you guys can actually see him. Oh man. Yeah, retrieve Nocturne data, at least for Grey Knights, is a real bitch. I think it'll be great for Genestealer cult because it's now bikers can also do it, and they have jackals, which are like super cheap on all bikes. Engage on all fronts. You'll no longer have that like one drone hiding in a corner scoring you 3 points or your 3rd point every turn. It's no longer possible, so that'll be interesting. Also, hey Levi, how did drones change? Actually don't remember at all. They're now part of the unit, right? Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, no, I'm not a big pineapple on pizza fan. I mean, like, I'll eat Hawaiian pizza, but it's not like I don't order Hawaiian pizza. Does that make sense? Like, if it's free, sure. But if I have to spend money on it, no. Bikes in Guard would be really cool, especially if they had like those like World War II style bikes with the little like sidecars and stuff. Stick like a heavy bolter on it, like a Marine attack bike. That'd be pretty neat. Yes, you agree with me? Everyone is saying yes, so. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. See, the thing is, like, I like pineapple, but I don't want pineapple on a pizza, right? Like, I get mixing savory with sweet, like, that's a total thing, and it usually works, but, like, I don't know. I'm not a sweets guy. Like, I want birthday steak, not birthday cake. I'll walk past donuts at work all day. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't have a sweet tooth. But if you, like, lay out a plate of bacon or something, I'm like, I'm on it. That's my plate of bacon. So like for me, adding sweet, like I wanted to make a drink for this game called a bourbon this stream called a bourbon renewal, which I've had and I've liked very much. But when I looked it up, it needs creme de cassis, which is very sweet, and then it also calls for a simple syrup, and I was like, I'm not in the mood for that. Like, that's just not a drink I want to have right now. It's too sweet. Too sweet. Of course you want bacon. You're live, aren't you? Like, I understand the environmental considerations for becoming a vegetarian or even a vegan. But like, I don't think I could live without bacon, and I definitely cannot live without cheese. like, like cheese is just, you take pretty much any food you could possibly think of, you stick cheese on it, is better. And yes, I'm including cheese in that. And there's so many types of cheese. So many types. It's like mustard. How many types of mustard are there? The answer is infinite. It's crazy. Tons of mustard. God, I love food. I'm so hungry for no reason. What codex is everybody on the lookout for the most? And I phrased it that way on purpose because cheese is the best. Have you tried Old Croc? Don't think so. Had a lot of cheeses though. Like, I'm the guy who goes to a bar or like a restaurant, I unabashedly order a charcuterie plate. I just love cheese. Well, Ocho, word on the street, Guard is going to be one of the last codexes out because they got one of the first ones in 8th. Is what I've heard. It'll be Tyranids and Guard that get theirs last. Which actually means that you should be coming up pretty soon because almost everyone else has had their damn codex, right? Like, so who are we missing? Eldar, Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Demons, Nids, Guard. Who else are we missing? I legit cannot. Nice, yeah. Chaos Space Marines definitely need a goddamn book. I love that the shield drone is 2 wounds and none of the Chaos Space Marines are. So after those 5, who am I missing? You know what? I'm gonna go to Wahapedia and just like look it up. I'm gonna just straight up cheat. Knights, thank you. Knights, yep, that's right. Knights. You definitely nailed that one. Genestealer, Colds, Tau, Tyranids, Orc, Necron, Yunari, Harlequin, Unaligned, Guards, Cast Space Marine. I guess technically Titan Legions, lol. Yeah, that'll be. There actually aren't that many codexes left, huh? There's 6. It's not bad. Tau will probably come out in February. Maybe at the end of February we'll get Chaos Space Marines and Eldar, or maybe March. So everybody's Codex should be out by June. It's so funny to be like thinking about like, oh yeah, it'll be fine 5 months from now. This game, man. I love this game. I want to like make that perfectly clear, but God, this release cycle is insane. It drives me crazy. And then these point upgrades that are like 6 months old. Like, I mean, Grey Knights even are almost a 6-month-old army now, but like, or old Codex, but like, damn, man. It's just they could release these point updates in a week if they really wanted to, but no, they have to like wait 6 months, get a book out there, change a bunch of fucking missions, change like whole like secondaries, get that like sent to a printer, get a proof approved, or like send it back for, you know, changes, and they get the next proof, they approve that one, and then it has to be printed, then it has to go on a container ship, and then it has to go out to people, and then they can say, oh yeah, we have 1 week now, so you can start like pre-orders, and then bam, now it actually affects the game. And it's like, well, Death Guard aren't a problem now. I don't know why you changed their points. Like, I was actually talking to a Death Guard player, and he made a very interesting point, which is he feels like we all saw like, oh, Plague Burst Crawlers are going down 15 points. It's like, that's awesome. And they're like, no, that's terrible. Now they're not usable to the last. It's like Fundamental actually changed the way the Death Guard was building lists, even though they weren't top army anyway. I don't know. It feels like it was a reaction to like Death Guard 6 months ago. You know? So silly. But I say that as I've bought another $60 model, built it on stream, talked to a whole bunch of strangers over a game that I obviously love. I don't know. I feel like a hypocrite sometimes, where I like complain so much, but then I still play the game, I still make videos, and I still obviously love the game. I don't know. I feel like I'm in this weird... It will be weird to have a Codex with the new Chaos Space Marines and Abaddon sculpts in it. Is there a new Abaddon sculpt? And remember, I've only been playing since the ass end of 8th, so maybe new to you means like late 7th or something, I don't know. And that's not a dig, like that's an actual, like, I don't know. Is Heart Road Pizza open? Might go. Close at 2. Ooh. Only on Fridays. Oh, and Saturdays. The photos. It came out in 2019. I think I'm missing some context. So I know, like, when the Castle and Crow model was finally revealed on Instagram, the guy that painted it made a post like, oh yeah, I forgot I even painted this. I painted it 2 years ago. That Castle and Crow model that we swooned over, which is a very nice model, like, great sculpt, awesome. I love it. But it's like it was released to this painter to be painted 2 years ago. And maybe he got a 3D print. I don't know. Like, I know that there's a lot of talk right now about like Games Workshop using 3D prints. But I think I'm missing some context here. So if I go to the Games Workshop site right now and I type in Abaddon or Abaddon, the model there is from 2019. I hope I'm understanding that properly. Baden and current, yeah, okay. The Codex, oh, I see. Okay, I'm tracking now. So you basically just skipped a volume of the Chaos Space Marines Codex. Oh man. Well, it is now after 10. I think I'm gonna call it, friends. Thanks for swinging by. It's been 4 hours, almost exactly now. Honestly, I'll probably have another one tomorrow because I got a lot of work to do. But tomorrow, this guy will probably be base coded and ready for me to do all that little intricate like brushwork. So until then, I will call it, and I will see you all later. And don't forget to